Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. This is BESTSPY live trading. Today is Monday, July 28th, 2025. We are live again from Princeton, New Jersey. What we will do on this live stream is best analyze the intraday stock market using technical analysis, fundamental analysis, cyclical analysis, time confirmation analysis, and more to find the trend direction, wind direction. Stock futures show small gains as US-EU trade deal kicks off. Hectic week for markets. This is Oppenheimer, his biggest bull on Wall Street again, raising S&P 500 forecast back to 7,100. Morning, everybody. Stream is a little bit. A lot of stocks are moving lower today. At market open, time is 9:30. QQQ at POC. SPY above, previous day 4 p.m. Let's look at Tesla. 317. Gap filled from yesterday. QQQ. Below EMAs. Time is 9:30. The bulls are coming in at 9:30 trying. Whoops. Bulls are trying off a 9:30 candle. Trying to push up through the QQQ EMAs. MACD is. Let's go look at SPX real quick. Gap up for now. Holding at all-time highs, 6,399, 6,400. Time is 9:31. Let's see. Bulls and bears are both fighting. Now bearish trying, right? Until the low of this candle breaks, the bears are not going to have power until 9:35 because we're in a bullish trend since 9:30. Small cycle. It's holding for 4 seconds trying. 935. We are at POC still. Bullish from 930 holding, right? Pivot point 1, low of the day at 930. Time is 935. 940 is coming up. So the wind is neutral at best. The wind is neutral at best. Wind is south, wind is north, trying until 935, and we'll see. Mixed, bullish, mixed. $9.35 is deciding what to do. QQQ near the roof, SPY near the floor. QQQ trying to go run up into 935. SPY trying to reject into 935. Breaking the roof into 935 on QQQ. SPY, we might get some sort of a bounce here for a little bit. Let's see. Wind is north on QQQ. SPY is delayed. Time is 9:36. LOD on the floor here. HOD on the roof. QQQ trying to push. SPY did not break the roof. $9.35 rejection try. Or $9.40 rejection trying at $9.37. Fake or real? It's $9.45. $9.40, sorry. $9.40. Candles are getting fast. SPY saying let's go higher. Or Doji red. QQQ is saying let's start to reject. Okay, I'm gonna go in for one can SPY right now. Right now. There's 940. This bear trap trying. The risk is crazy. It's like 50-50 stone. Polar bearish into 940. Okay, I'm gonna leave in this candle. There's a big ass candle coming before LOD. I'm out right now. I'm taking profit right now. Out. Holy fuck. Big ass candle. Woo! Leave before LOD, bruh. For one max cycle profit. Okay, leave before LOD for one max cycle profit is what I said in the WhatsApp group. Time is 9:39. We do not know when this shit's gonna bounce. The floor is right here. The floor broke. The wind is south on SPY. The wind is south. Wind is south. On SPY. We do not know on QQQ. Something like this is playing out. Okay. Wind is still south. Time is 9:40. Big candle. Holy shit. Big candle. Maybe previous day 4 p.m. gap fill is possible. SPY saying the wind is south, QQQ saying the wind was north, and they're bull trapping people, right? So if the floor breaks here, QQQ puts are gonna get spiked. SPY is gonna probably drop down below here and then probably come back right up. So we'll see. Time is 9:41. But this is a bearish push from 9:35 into 9:40, right? Bearish push from 9:37, 9:40, right, into actually 9:40, right? 9:35 into 9:40. So let's see what happens. Crazy big candle coming. I did not. I left on this one, but that one is crazy. That's a big ass one. Because that actually broke the floor, and the puts got spiked, and people might have joined, so there might be a bounce here, right? QQQ floor did not break, so this is still standing. This is still standing. Until the floor breaks, the floor did not break. Until the roof breaks, the roof did not break. So it's just playing in between the roof and the floor. Right, option 2, stay in between the two pivot points. SPY. This mixed up. QQQ is bounce trying, and SPY looks a little bit weaker. But I mean, still bounce trying right above the gap fill. Right above the gap fill. So I mean, they could trap people right here using this. But if they do go lower, that's the target. You know what I mean? For now, safety-wise. But I literally called out in my group, right? If somebody's in, probably the best to leave before the floor breaks for one full cycle, like max profit. But they literally broke the floor. If you were in QQQ puts, you know what I mean? That literally is like you leave before floor break because you don't know if they're gonna break the floor, which they did not on QQQ. SPY did, but you know what I mean? Time is 9:43, so 9:45. The MACD is like slightly bearish, slightly. The 5-minute candle, the 5-minute MACD is not too bearish. That's really the biggest, thing for me. Just being cautious right now. QQQ is not bearish full on, so progression southward. We bounced at 940 into 945 trying. We bounced at 940 into 945 trying on QQQ as well. We are at all-time highs still. 630, 7.21 is still all-time highs. 568.21 is still all-time highs. 945 is here. 945 bounce is still standing on SPY as well. So we'll see if we get some sort of a bounce here. I see a bear trap forming on SPY using this, right? But it's a little bit weak, and QQQ has a bear trap. But we are near the roof on QQQ. SPY is near the floor. We'll see what happens with this 940 to 945 bounce. Bouncing from 940 into 945, but QQQ is near the roof. SPY back at the midpoint. QQQ breaking the roof. The bear trap, bear trap. It's a bear trap playing out into 945 time is. Back at POC. It's a big candle. The trap. Now this could be the destination for a game, or we could go higher. We'll see. We're trying to build a bullish case on QQQ. They're saying the wind is north. Come with me. The wind is north. Puts are getting destroyed. Calls are printing on QQQ, and then SPY puts were printing right. 935. We got a confirmation to short. Shorted into 940, printed right, and then now it's bear trapping all these people that literally went in after the floor broke. So we'll see what happens, but yeah, small time. There's a bullish cycle playing out. But someone in our group is saying this is a little bit bearish, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, they're getting more people involved at the top now on QQQ. But they did trap on the floor near the previous 4 p.m. close, right? So above gap fill. Yesterday's 9:30, Friday's 9:30 is way below there. If we do test it, I don't know, but yeah. We are at POC. We are right below VWAP. The wind is saying south on SPY. The wind is saying north on QQQ. So either the roof will break on SPY, right? Or either the floor will break on QQQ. Someone's about to be wrong, and someone's about to get hurt big time. But my golden rule is, right, until the low of the 940 candles, until the low of the 940 candle breaks, I'm not even really interested in a put. But that's a big candle going south, but yeah. I'm just saying, certain levels have to break for me to go long and short, and then there has to be confirmation shorts like 930, bounce into 935, reject that 935 into 940 type of shit. I can't go from 930 into 935 because that's one cycle and no confirmation shorting. Or no cycle, no confirmation going long. So always need a confirmation to go long. For example, we went up from 930 into 935, rejected into 940, failed to go lower, right? And then bounced higher. So you go long on QQQ only from here to here, but rejection tiny trying from 945 into 950. 945 into 950. We'll see what happens at 950. Continue the rejection we started from 945 into 950 into 955, or bounce or something. Time is 9:48, so we'll figure out some sort of a rejection. This is a rejection from 9:45 into 9:50. Praveen said bearish 2 minutes ago at 9:45 at the top, so maybe we'll see some sort of a floor break. But that's what SPY is saying. SPY is saying the wind is still south. We're hovering near the floor now, right? Getting ready to break the floor off. QQQ back at the midpoint. But I mean, what if we bounce again? What if we bounce right here, right? Trap everybody, right? Because we did not break the 940 low, and then bear trap everybody to the roof. That's also a big possibility. So I'm not gonna speculate on one side, you know what I mean? But yeah, we can see anything happen here. Time is 9:50. The 5-minute MACD says, wow, that turned bearish as hell. The 5-minute MACD turned really bearish out of nowhere. It looked mixed, right? And then now it's looking more bearish. QQQ 5-minute somehow looks bullish. This is mixed. Mixed. Hovering above yesterday's previous, say 4 p.m. So gap. A lot of bears, a lot of bulls. QQQ looking bullish still. SPY looking weak. Alright. 34 people here, guys. If you guys can hit the like button and the subscribe button, thank you all very, very much. Time is 9:50. They're trying to be bearish. The 5-minute MACD might be just pushing us down, but I mean, that might be hope, right? Until the floor breaks, it doesn't break. So, they could trap everybody here. However, 9:50 bounce, trying at 9:49 a.m., right? So we'll see if this sticks into like 9:53, signifying a 9:55. Trying. 9:50 bounce, trying. 9:50 bounce trying to show into 9:55 is the best we could describe this, right? That bounce could be fake. That bounce could be very real. But we will know by 9:53 in 1 minute, in 45 seconds. We will know in 45 seconds basically if that is real or not. It's either a bounce to short or it's a pullback to go long. Either a bounce to short or a pullback to go long, but they're showing both. 9:53. QQQ is trying to go. SPY is trying to show red. QQQ 5-minute looks bullish. It's weird. SPY 5-minute looks bearish. Gotta be careful here. If QQQ runs, SPY is gonna pull back up. Time is 9:52. So now it's 9:55. Okay. 9:55. Let's see. QQQ trying to break the roof, right? 568.83, 568.83. So HOD is here now. Now there's a divergence on the roof. Oh, well, there was a divergence on the roof anyway, but yeah. SPY at the midpoint of this little drop for the morning. Drop and hover, gap up and hover still. Discount says, and QQQ is running up a little bit. We're at the roof. Time is 9:53, 9:55. There's a lot of bears here. Now this bear is trapped. There's a lot of bears here, or bulls here too, but still. Because QQQ's at the roof. People are going in calls. $9.55. $9.55 rejection starting. I'm gonna go in for 1K SPY puts right now. The risk is there because QQQ is saying no cycle, one confirmation shorting from the roof. Wow. Big ass fucking candle. Wow. Okay, I'm out. Fucking out. 1 minute trade. 1 minute fucking trade. I got it right here. The pure top. 9.55. But the floor is not breaking yet. 9.55 rejection. We rejected from the midpoint to the floor, but we're literally holding the floor for now. So, you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure smart money, if they shorted at the top, if they shorted somewhere here, they would have left into that because this is a floor hope. To stay in here and to hold on to puts is basically hoping. Because it's a one cycle, no confirmation shorting, right? 9.55 into 10. There's no confirmation. It's literally one cycle. That is a floor hope. I'm just saying. That's a floor hope. Let's go look at Tesla. Let's go look at NVIDIA. Okay. QQQ looking strong. QQQ looks okay. This is super bearish, right? There's a lot of bulls here. Like I literally said, there's a lot of bulls here. There's a lot of bears here. But they did not break the floor. So they bounce again. That's going to be a channel. QQQ is still going to hold up. And QQQ is now trying to reject. This is 10. Time is 10. 9.55 rejection into 9.55. Bouncing at 9.55 into 10 showing. So tiny cycle until there's a clear direction and then we actually see the real cycle. It's drawn out. Time is 10. So possibly 9.55 into 10 rejection is playing out on QQQ. Still. Time is 10, 9:59, 9:57, 9:58, 9:59, 10, 10:01, 10:02 is 10, so we'll figure out what happens right now. SPY is showing a bear trap, right? Off the floor, I literally said this is probably best safe exit, right? They're showing a bear trap. QQQ is showing a bear trap because this is a no cycle, one confirmation shorting. Showing a bear trap. But it showed a bear trap literally a minute ago. So, you know, to go now is probably late, but still. I literally said this for a reason. Leave before the floor, because floor hope, they trap everybody, right? So I know when the hell to get in, I know when the hell to get out, because I watch time and I watch cycle and I watch the cycle pivot points, and then I watch for hope. I watch for the factor of hope, and then I get the fuck out because I don't hope. I straight up deduct. Time is 10. There's some sort of gain going on right now. We don't really know the clear answer yet, but because this is standing as 955 up here and down here. SPY is wildly channeling right now. So 955 rejection, bounce at 955, and time is 10, so waiting for some sort of clarification at 10. QQQ is bear trapping and pushing up. SPY turning bullish, right? Turning more and more bullish, showing. So maybe we go to VWAP, but oh, they're showing and then they boom. But I don't know. QQQ broke the roof into 10. Going long off that candle. Showing a long off that candle on QQQ. The 5 minute says bullish, but it's sus. The big green candle coming on SPY. But does that build is the question for the next 2 minutes. Either builds green, consecutive green candles, or we see some sort of a rejection to the low of that big candle. The MACD is bullish, however, on SPY more than QQQ now. QQQ is slowing down, right? We are breaking the roof, we are breaking the roof, we are breaking the roof, but the MACD volume is slowing down on QQQ. SPY is building slightly. It was before that big ass candle. So QQQ at the roof, showing the wind is north. SPY at the midpoint, showing we're bear trapping since 9:40. So for 20 minutes, but yeah, people got trapped both sides here. You can see it. Bull trap, bear trap, bull trap, bear trap. QQQ is fighting. SPY is being led. Thank you, KG, just subbed. Appreciate you all for coming. We have a lot of new members today, as it's 10 a.m. The wind was south from 9:30 into 9:40 for so literally 10 minutes, right, on SPY, and then we bounced above the gap fill, and we're bear trapping for now. QQQ has been north. Wind was south from 9:30 to 9:30, north from 9:30 to 10 at the minimum. Because the pivot point breaking, the roof breaking, so the roof broke once, twice, 3 times. QQQ broke the floor once. Broke the 9:30 floor once at 9:40. Now deciding. QQQ coming in bearish, right? This QQQ is bearish. Look at this shit. I told you the MACD slowly dying, right? Look at the QQQ 5-minute MACD now, right? I literally said the 5-minute MACD is slowly dying on the 1-minute side, but they're showing different shit. It's crazy. SPY's looking strong. SPY's looking strong. This is 10:05 now. It's 10:03. So that was a rejection from 10 into 10:05 on QQQ, and then that was a push up from 10 to 10:05 on SPY. Right, because mathematically this is 10, right? And mathematically speaking, time is 10:04, 10:03, and that is closer to 10:05. And if you look at that on the SPX 5-minute candle, it would relate. So QQQ is rejecting from 10 to 10:05, and then SPY is pushing from 10 to 10:05. With the MACD helping both sides. With the MACD helping both sides. And literally touch VWAP. Let's see where POC is. Okay, we are above POC since 10, looks like. It's 10. It's a 955 rejection and a bounce. So bouncing into 10:05 on SPY, and QQQ is rejecting into 10:05. Wild. SPY is bear trapping all these people and running up. SPY is bear trapping all these people and running up. Strong push at different times. In 10:05, QQQ's bounce shrine. Wow, that is a crazy candle. Reb said SPY at Friday high. Wow, the wind is north now. The wind is north now, showing. Right, both on QQQ and SPY. At the same time trying. Time is 10:05, so 10:05 bounce. Let's see what happens on QQQ. It's morning cycle. They have the power, or we have the power with them. Shit's gonna change. The volume, look at the volume and MACD coming in to help crazy. You know what I'm saying? Look at them. I literally called out MACD and volume growing crazy, but like, you know what I mean? I did not expect them to go break the win like that. Yeah, and MACD and volume coming in. But there was a lot of bears here. Have to expect, because right, the floor, 4 p.m. close, this is the gap fill. A crap ton of bears, they destroyed them with 0DT puts, and I said don't go into puts until this low breaks, right? Even though I played the rejection, I got the hell out, but I got out, right? That's the most important thing, because that's literally floor hope. If people went in and they chased and they waited until the floor to break, they completely burned them with time and cycle, right? Time and cycle. But this is why I called out, until that low of the 940 breaks, we are still in a bullish trend. The market can do whatever the hell it wants until whenever the hell it wants, unless that floor breaks, because if that floor breaks, then that means we're going a little bit lower into 955 or something. Jesus Christ. Yeah, QQQ is still bullish. 10:05 bouncing into 10:10 trying. Right? But SPY literally ran up so much on that one fact that the floor didn't break, and that there was floor hopers, and then they got trapped. Thank you all, 46 people here. Thank you all for hitting the subscribe button. What we do here is find the true wind direction to play the traps, and basically we try to not speculate, estimate, or guess, or be biased, but we try to deduct the best we can in the community that we have, like with friends and everything, just by looking at everything. But most importantly, right, cycle and time confirmations, the pivot point analysis, to find out, right, how people are getting trapped, how people are thinking, right? We are thinking to break the floor, but the floor actually doesn't break, and it keeps running higher. type of thing. The wind is still north on QQQ. 10.05 bounce into 10.10. 10.10 is higher than 10. They're going higher on QQQ. SPY is northbound as well. QQQ 5-minute MACD was bullish all morning. All morning. It's 10.05 over here somewhere. And then 10.10. So HOD is at 10.10, right? There is no divergence on the roof anymore. The roof divergence has been cleared. The floor, there's a divergence on the floor. 9.30 for QQQ, 9.40 for SPY. That is a nice run up for 5 minutes basically. But that was so hard to tell because I literally called out here, right? They went up to the midpoint at 9.55 and they rejected at 9.55 into 9.55 because that's literally 2 minutes. And then they bounced it. Like 9.55 is higher than 9.40, right? And then they used that momentum to just literally trap every bear here and then just make it bullish into 10.10. So from 9.55 into 10.10 is about 15 minutes of bullish, right, momentum. 10.10. So even if they show red candles here, like my golden rule would say do not short because you need something like a 10.10 rejection into 10.15, bounce at 10.15, and then fail at 10.20 type of thing. Because if they can show red candle, green candle, red candle, and then trap everybody by 10.15. Because why? The wind is still north, the pivot points are still north, everything's still north. Until it's not. Until the cycle and time confirmation bounces or fails or rejects, you know what I mean? And tells us that it's trying to form some sort of a bearish trend. Until that happens, right, you're in a bullish trend. So this is the rejection to bounce somewhere to maybe confirm happening. But this is what I call a no confirmation, one cycle shorting. Same thing could be said going up. No cycle confirmation longing. 950 to 955. You get what I'm saying? But if you wait, right? If you wait from like 940 and bounce into 945, fail into 955, but 955 holds 940 and then we go higher, that's literally a confirmation. You know, you're waiting, you're seeing, you're being patient, you're deducting, and then you're going long, right? We're doing the same shit, just going south. The same thing going north. You just have a system so that you have a higher probability of winning. You're not sitting there, you know, guessing. You're not sitting there speculating on whatever the hell it is people speculate on, price level or, you know, expectations or their experience or whatever it is. But I'm just saying, like, the market operates on a system. And the reason why this shit works is because the majority of the people in the world are not doing this. So you know, the few people that are trying, the smaller percentage of the people that are trying in the world are getting it right because, you know, they're deducting. They're not hoping. That's a crazy push down. What the that is a crazy push down on QQQ. After we got HOD. But literally, that is a no cycle confirmation shorting. That is crazy, but still worked out for somebody, right? But I would already have left into that big ass candle. I would have already left into that big ass candle because it's the 10-10 rejection at 10:08 starting, right? And it's not even 10:15. This is 10:10. You know what I'm saying? So we rejected at 10:10 into 10:10 and we're bouncing already. So very, very fast cycle, but I would love to see a 10-10 reject into here, and then we bounce into 10-15, and then we fail 10-15 into 10-20. That's a confirmation bounce failure to start some sort of a bearish trend. That does not mean we go break the floor. All that means is we play in between the roof and the floor, because it is never 50% versus 50%, bulls versus bears. It's not bears versus bulls. 50%, 50%. It's always roof, 33.3% chance, right? Versus in between, 33.3% chance versus floor, 33.3% chance. Meaning, it's never are we going to go up forever or are we going to go down forever? It's always like from the moment that we are in right now, at this point, are we going to go break the roof or are we going to like not break are we going to go break the roof, right? Continuing the bullish trend. Or are we going to stay in between these two pivot points that we drawn, right? And then go north or go south, trapping more people, right? Or are we going to go south into the end of the day and break this pivot point, right? Saying the wind is south is all it is. That's all it is. That's all it ever is. And all it ever will be. But that's like the biggest thing people need to figure out. That it's never a calls versus puts. It's always like, where are we right now? How much time do we have left? What, you know what I mean? What time checkpoint are we in? This is a 10-10 bounce into 10-15 trying. Cycles are super fast, but I literally said no. I said this is a one cycle, no confirmation shorting, right? It is a bear trap. Because, why? 10-10 rejected into 10-10. 10-10 rejected into 10-10. 10-10 balanced into 10-15. So anybody that shorted and then held, because that's the majority of the people in the world, are getting trapped or getting killed right now. Smart people, if they shorted this, I don't even think they shorted this. But I'm saying if they shorted this somehow, they would have left into the big ass candle because this is one cycle, no confirmation shorting. Meaning you have to leave within 5 minutes. You have to leave within 2 to 3 minutes because you do not know when it's going to bounce because it's one cycle. No confirmation, 10-10 to 10-15, but it's not even 10-15, it's literally 10-10 to 10-10. Okay? So candle-wise, right, if you're not paying attention to the cycle, if you're not paying attention to the wind, whatever it is, if you look at that, you would want to short. Because of the way, because of the volatility or because of the way the structure looks, you know what I mean? Because of the way QQQ structure, like whatever it is. But look what happened, right? Breakdown and right back to it on QQQ now for now, right? And SPY, not even, you know what I'm saying? So this is literally a bear trap. This is a classic bear trap. Classic bear trap for now. I'm talking about 10-10 to 10-15. I don't know what's going to happen at 10-15, right? I'm not here to speculate or guess or tell you guys, oh, we're going to go higher. Oh, we're going to be more bullish. Oh, we're going to be bearish. I'm not going to do that, but I'm just going to straight up tell you the reality, which is we broke the roof. The roof is 10-15 on SPY. The HOD is 10-10 on QQQ. That's all it is. The wind is both showing that they're north though, right? SPY and QQQ. So expect it to go a little bit higher or something until, confirmation in time says that we're not. But that's what happened from, 10-10 into 10-15, you know what I'm saying? The pivot point here broke. The pivot point, previous pivot point turned into resistance and support, but that's some, higher level thing, but like yeah. The roof broke here, right? The roof broke here. The roof broke here, right? The roof broke here, right? And we literally see 9:35, 9:45, 9:55, 10 a.m. That's not a coincidence, you know what I'm saying? Going down to, we broke the floor at 9:30 here once, so. You do this shit for months on end, and you deduct for months on end, and you would get a lot of your trades right. And your risk reward ratio will be a lot lower. Like, it'll be a lot better. I mean, okay, let me pay attention now because I should have traded. But like talking wise, I was like, that's a bear trap, but I didn't even go right. But yeah, you don't know how they're gonna do it, but I mean, the deduction could help you big time. The deduction could help you big time because you're deducting that this is one cycle, blah blah blah, and trend is still north. But now it's doing something. It's 10:15. Rejecting off the roof, and QQQ is rejecting off this little trend line we drew real quick. this trend line that we drew real quick. This is technical trading though. There's technical traders doing this, but in order for me to, get time cycle confirmation to go long or short, I need to wait because this is all the way at the roof, and we just literally rejected all the way at the roof. So this counts as 10:20, right? 10:17 a.m. So if that's 10:20, 10:17 a.m., I need 10:25, 10:30. Okay. This is 10:20 rejection starting, or 10:15 rejection into 10:20. This is a rejection though. 10:15 and 10:20 rejection happening. I'll explain real quick right now after I explain, or after I tell in the WhatsApp group, because literally this is a 10:15 into 10:20, right? And this is a 10:20 into 10:20. So QQQ and SPY is both rejecting at the same time. I mean, at different times, but like, you know what I mean? 5-minute difference. But both into 10:20. So SPY from 10:20 into 10:20, QQQ from 10:15 into 10:20, if that makes sense. I don't know if it's going to go lower, but it's probably going to decide right here at 10:20 into 10:25. We'll see. We shall see. 10:20 is deciding what to do now. QQQ, you can see it right here. 10:20 is deciding what to do. 10:20 rejected into 10:20. 10:20 is deciding what to do. Cycles are kind of confusing because they're using the peak and the rejection at the same time. The MACD is dying bullish in the 1-minute candle. The 5-minute candle is still bullish. This could be the confirmation bounce to short into 10:25. Okay, QQQ is going. I'm going to do it. The risk is crazy. I'm going to do SPY 1K. Holy shit. Holy shit. Guys. Holy shit. Holy shit. I'm holding on to this shit. I'm holding on to this shit, bro. Alright, I'm out. I'm out! Yo, 1.35k. Holy shit! Let's fucking go! Holy fuck! Let's go! Oh my god. Wow! Bull trap from the fucking roof. Wow, who got that shit? I told you, right? Confirmation bounce to short into 10:25, right? Holy fuck. That is crazy. Crazy shit. The cycle was so tight. This is a 10:20 bounce, and then 10:20 reject into 10:25. Time is 10:22. So, you know what I'm saying? It's not even 10:25. What the fuck? Crazy candle. Crazy candle. I was scared. I was scared to short right here, but like, wow. Red stock said just printed on that shit. I got that. Nice, bro. Be careful. Holy, because we went from the roof. We went from the roof to the floor, and this is basically what another floor hope. You know what I'm saying? So crazy candle, but like, yeah, be careful here. We don't know what's going on. They could still bear trap everybody on this big ass candle. You know what I mean? That is crazy. So look at the MACD. It was neutral, and then something happened, and it's completely slid off. Completely slid off. That is unnatural. But that is what I'm talking about, guys. That is what I was waiting for. The confirmation, right, to long, the confirmation to short.
So for some people, this is the confirmation to long because the bottom is holding. You know what I mean? But like, I don't know. That is crazy. Because you gotta psychologically think about it. People printed on this, right? But like, that's a big ass candle. So maybe people, chased into that. Maybe people chased into this candle too. And this is what, near the floor. This is the floor holding still. So we're technically still in a bullish cycle, right? Technically still in a bullish cycle, meaning they could do whatever the hell they want here. Meaning they don't have to go lower and break the floor. So we'll see what happens. But time is 10:25. So that was a 1020 rejection and the 1020 bounce into 1025. A little bit confusing, but yeah, the cycles are super tight right now. The cycles are mad tight. 1020 into 1025. And rejection coming at 1025 at 1024. This is a 1025 rejection. Shouldn't try. At 1024. On SPY and QQQ is bounce trying. That is weird. SPY is rejecting hard and QQQ is bounce trying at 1025. Crazy candle coming again. Look at the MACD coming in bearish as hell. What the f? Look at the 5-minute candle, bro. That was a bull trap and a half. Man, 1025. So this is a 1025 rejection from the midpoint, right, of this little drop we did, but still we're holding the 1020 bounce. So, you know what I mean? It's showing two different things. 1025 rejection, however, the 1020 bounce is holding. There must be a lot of bulls and bears getting involved here now, is all I can think of. Because there's a huge candle, and then cycles are being confusing now though. So there must be a lot of bulls, a lot of bears. Time is 10:25. So 10:20 rejection, and 10:20 bounce at 10:22 into 10:26 time is. So if this holds, we'll go higher into 10:30, 10:27, right? 10:27, 10:28, and 10:30 somewhere. If not, we start a rejection at 10:25 into 10:30. Looks like they're going higher. They're going higher. Short term though, from 10:25 into 10:30. The MACD bearish side is dying. All these chasers are getting killed now. All these chasers are getting a call from the market. They're saying, "What the hell? Wake up!" They're saying, "What the hell, bruh? You don't chase. What the hell you doing?" Time is 10:30 because it's 10:27. So mathematically speaking, right, is 10:30. If we go look at the SPX, this is how I learned to do all this shit. By the way, you change the SPX candle to the 5-minute candle like this, right? And all you're doing is you're comparing the 1-minute candle to the 5-minute candle. That's all it is. And if you can master that, you could read the traps. You could read the 1-minute candles way better than other people, and you could actually deduct using cycle and time confirmation instead of like straight up hoping, and instead of scamming people for their money and their hard-earned life savings and all that shit. You could deduct yourselves and print. So time is 10:28. It'll take a lot of time, I'll tell you that right now. It'll take a lot of effort, and it'll take you in basically everything. And you're gonna have to reset yourself as a human being, and you're gonna have to learn a lot of new shit. But like, I'm not joking. Like, at least it's not a scam. At least it ain't no scam. You can change your life by empowering yourself. Okay, 1030 rejection trying. 1030 rejection trying. Right, so we called out higher at 1026, right? And then we went higher into 1030, 1027, and now we're rejecting at 1030. So the market happens very fast, but at least I can sit here and tell you what time I'm looking at and the logical reasoning of why that's a rejection into, what trying. I don't just look at the 1 minute candle and be like, "Oh, it's green, it's bullish, guys. Oh, it's red, it's bearish, guys. Oh, you guys got bull trapped. I'm sorry. It's bearish, guys. I'm so sorry. Oh, you guys got bear trapped. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. It was bullish. You know what I'm saying? I'm really sorry. Like, I don't do that shit because that's literally that's you know I can't even explain how dumb that is. That's yeah. You gotta be able to explain what you're saying, right? The MACD, the volume, calling that out is very good, yes. But you need to call out the cycle and the time confirmation if you're going to preach about it and if you're going to make people pay you for it because, yeah, what are you doing? The 1030 rejection into 1030. And 1030 is deciding what to do here. Whether to actually reject that 1030 into 1035 or whether to bounce from 1030 into 1035. Right, we already started the 1030 rejection at 1027, right? 1025 on SPY. Yeah. Why? Because if people are in calls and they get rejected into 1030, they're already too late. And from their point of view, their money's down. And from their point of view, they're just like, should I leave or should I hold? The same thing going short. If your short's been going wrong against you for 3 minutes, right? And then that's actually the rejection time. You're, too late to notice what's happening. But if you know the system to deduct what they're trying to do, SPY is going higher into 1030. Yeah. So 1030 is deciding to go higher into 1030, 1035 on SPY, and 1030 is deciding to maybe go lower on QQQ. We're trying to show that it's doing that. Let's see. This is lower. This is lower. I'm going to go in for $750 on SPY right now. I'm leaving in one candle probably. It's $750, so it's a tiny ass trade. But they trap everybody here too using that big ass candle and then they run up. It's a possibility. Curious, so there's tariff news coming out. And the market ran crazy and we are still running crazy. We're hella bullish. This is all-time highs, but I'm just saying like in 5 days is August 1st. Literally tariff day. Like we're wildin', bro. We are actually wildin'. Historically, yeah. July is like the peak of 2000, 2008, and we are literally July 2025, and we are at that peak, pushing up crazy every day into the end of July, it looks like. Time is 10:30. We're doing some sort of a trap here at 10:30, looks like. 10:30. I'm gonna leave. Everything's saying this is not a good trade. So I left. Because technically, looking at the candles, even though this is like, oh yeah, we could go lower on that, it's technically saying like there's not a real time-based, cycle-based confirmation, right? Time is 10:35. So all there really is just fighting in between bears and bulls, and there's a lot of hoping at the moment. But there's a lot of hoping at every single moment of the market, right? But I'm just saying, it's just not a lot of good. things to deduct on. You need logical facts to deduct on, right? You make deductions based off cycle, timing, price action, indicators, blah 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 blah, environment, pattern, blah 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 blah, right? But deductions are based off logical things. You don't just, hope. You don't make, decisions based on horseshit crap like bias, because that's not real. A logical deduction is just off logical, real, facts. I wish I got out somewhere here, but I mean, whatever. It's tiny money. It don't really matter. I got a nice trade 3 times going here, here, and then that big ass shit because I didn't get that run up. But that's all that matters to me. And I deduct, and I get the right moves, and then I get the right cycles, and then I leave. So there's a 1030 rejection into 1035, small time. 1030 rejection into. Not on QQQ. QQQ is bouncing from 1030 to 1035. Small cycle. Small ass cycle. The MACD is not there on QQQ and starting to look bearish, and SPY is looking, trying to look bearish on the 1 minute, but I guess it's not really bearish, right? Just like, even though it looks bearish, looks bullish, it's not really until they break certain things, they show certain things. There's a divergence on the roof, which is interesting. Divergence on the floor, divergence on the roof. To confuse everybody. To make people think on both. But I will tell you guys this, guys. For people that are new, the market shows people different things to hope on at different times of the market. What do I mean by that? 10:15, that's a roof hope, technically speaking, right? 9:40, technically speaking, that's a floor hope, right? 10:15, we show the roof. 10:20, we show the floor. 10:25, we show the midpoint. 10:30, we show the roof. 10:30, actually, we show the midpoint or the floor. 10:35, we show the midpoint. So what I'm saying is literally, we're making people hope on the roof, we're making people hope on in between, or we're making people hope on the floor. What we do here is we literally try to play everything. We don't care if it breaks the roof, we don't care if it stays in between, we don't care if it breaks the floor. All we care about is the timing and cycle so that we could deduct when they're going from the roof hoping to the floor hoping, where they're going from the floor hoping to the midpoint hoping. Oh my god, look at SPY. So that, you know what I mean, you could play and you can get the hell out. You could play, you know what I mean, and then short, get the hell out. You don't care if they're going. You get in long, you get the hell out because you don't care. You go in long here, you get the hell out because why? You're making people, you're playing from the floor hope to the roof hope, right? Floor hope to the midpoint hope, whatever it is. Midpoint hope to the floor hope, whatever it is. All that matters is you're deducting the right move, right? The big ass moves or the small moves or whatever. Well, look at that rejection, right? 1030 into 1035, right? 1030 into 1035 based on cycle, based on time. Look at QQQ. That is a hard one, but look at this shit. 1030 into 1035, right? So that is what I'm talking about. 1030 into 1035 rejection. Now we don't know what's going to happen at 1035. 1035 bounce trying on SPY. 1035 bounce trying. Look at that shit though, right? That's straight up deducting, no? That's straight up deducting, no? With the candle, with the whatever the hell it is. This is what we love. This is what we love to see. SPY is bounce trying at 1035. So until the low of this breaks, we're in a bounce from 1035. QQQ is going lower into 1040, looks like. Because time is 1037. We could bounce right now at 1037, signifying a 1040 bounce. We will see. The real Chris said, hey, thanks for the quick little advice. Profited $75 on $850 worth of calls. Awesome, brother. Awesome. Yeah, all you really need is though, like, if you're not doing like, small money like 1K, maybe like 2, 3K you like to do, like 4K, all you really need to do is like deduct, you know what I mean? Like 1, 2, 3 good times out of the day, and then just leave, go to work, come back to, you know what I mean? Come back tomorrow so that you don't overtrade your profits away. But seriously, like, all you really need to do is just deduct certain portions like once or twice here. It's so easy. Every day it's the same shit. Literally time, literally cycle based, like going long, going short. There is a moment where it's just like not guaranteed, but like more likely, right? More likely for you to just get paid out than not. And it just feels natural. $10.40 bounce trying, $10.35 bounce trying into time is 10:40. So small cycle bouncing together. Small cycle bouncing together. At different times though, right? Look at this. 1035 rejected into 1037, signifying 1040 on the 5-minute candle, but they're bouncing at 1040 into 1040 itself at 1037. They're bouncing at 1035 into 1040, right? So this is how the market kind of tricks people by using the 1-minute candle too. And they go up, bounce at different times, but technically speaking, this is the same time. Technically speaking here. So we'll see if this bounce at 1040, right, continues from 1040 into 1045, or if it rejects at 1040, it could try to reject into like, 1045 maybe, but like cycles are very tight right now, so you gotta expect some sort of a confusion, some sort of a trap. Look at all the EMAs jumbled up like that. That is not good. QQQ is going long. SPY is at VWAP. It looks like they're going long from 1040 into 1045, but I don't want to say anything that might jinx it, but looks like that's a huge candle coming. I just said to my friend, like, let's not trade, you don't have to trade every cycle because he's saying he got some cycles wrong, but that is a nice bullish candle. Time is 10:42. So if this holds for 50 seconds and then we get another green candle into 10:43, this is a push from 10:40 into 10:45. But there has to be a candle that stands for 45 minutes, basically. Because if it doesn't, the 10:42 stands for 10:40. If it doesn't, so technically right now it's something like this. It's not 10:45. It's something like this. 10:40. But if there's another green candle higher than 1042, that's 1045, technically speaking. Okay. This is how the market tricks people, though. Like a little technicalities like this. SPY is trying to go higher. Looks like into 1045 coming. 1045. Look, QQQ rejected at 1040. Very, very tight. Looks bullish, then not. But Literally, time is 10:43. Okay, yeah, this is bullish. Into 10:45. It's bullish. Into 10:45 from 10:40 playing out. Time is 10:45. Time is 10:45. But this is what you call a floor, LOD hopers. Because there's times where people, like the market traps or calls on, the roof hoping. There's times the market traps people on the floor hoping. Why? Because zero DT options. Everybody's doing the same shit. 10:45 rejection coming. 10:43 SPY. 10:42 QQQ. So this is a 10:40 rejection to the 10:45. Cycles are super fast. Cycles are super fast. And confusing. And confusing at the same time. Why? Because QQQ is rejecting from 10:40 into 10:45. SPY is rejecting at 10:45 at 10:43. Look at that candle in QQQ though. It's a big ass red candle, man. That is crazy. Missed on QQQ, but I'm looking at SPY, you know what I mean? There's difference right now. Time is 10:45. Man, that is a crazy candle, bro, on QQQ. I'm not gonna lie. Kinda feeling FOMO, fuck. Sorry for my language. No need to trade every cycle. But market going up, market going down. Floor, HOD, did not break. Floor, HOD, did not break. So fast. The EMAs are literally getting tossed around right now. So fast. We were bullish when we were right above that, right? We just kept pushing bullish into 1040 from 1040, and then we rejected at 1040, and then we just cut through the EMAs like nothing. I'm pretty sure we're at POC right now on SPY. Yeah, a little bit above. We're at POC on QQQ. Surely. Yeah. Rejecting off of POC. And POC's neutral point looks like for now. Shorts down here got hurt. Calls up above POC got hurt for now. Time is 10:45. That is so bearish. God damn. It's okay. The 5-minute says we are in a big wedge, looks like, forming. Some sort of a big wedge. Wedges are dangerous. Time is 10:50. Time is 10:50. In between the wedge, dangerous stuff. Horizontal support, horizontal resistance. Time is 10:50. These people were able to print going long, print going short, scalp going long, scalp going short, but people that held were getting crushed with time and theta and just with cycle. It's going up, down, up, down, up, down. Until one side is going to get relieved and the other side is going to get confused and trapped. Basically at open 637.67 at POC. The MACD trying bearish, the bearish pushing trying. But time is 10:50, so if this low breaks, you know, we're going lower into 10:50, but time is 10:50, so. About to have a lightning candle, looks like. We might get a lightning candle. I don't even want to say the color that I'm expecting because I don't want to like get people hurt. But I think red. I'm not gonna trade on it right now, but like I think red. Let's see. QQQ is going south. Look, time is 10:50. This is southward. Look at QQQ dropping crazy. Time is 10:50. So this is 10:40 into 10:50 lower. This is 10:45 into 10:50 lower. I literally thought there's a big red candle coming, but I was not trading on it because I think there's a difference in SPY and QQQ right now. Maybe, you know, one big red candle and then yeah, but I don't know. Crazy risk. QQQ, SPY both going off a POC. Off a POC. Time is 10:50. So maybe we bounce. Maybe we don't. But man, did we actually go? Nah. I want to have a conservative technical trend line. You know what I mean? I don't want to. We will draw this wedge line, however, for now. Okay. For now, we will. I'll make this gray. Time is 10:50 and they're going crazy. Look at SPY, they're going crazy, bro. Oh my god. FOMO, 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 FOMO. FOMO. I'm just gonna watch this one though. I'm okay with it. That is, look at that shit though, you know what I'm saying? 1040, 1050 into actually 1050, right? 1050 into actually 1050, right? 1049 into actually 1052, 1050. What a good trade. What a good trade. This shit looks so easy bearish that, you know, it looks strappy. But I mean, this is the real direction from 1040 into 1045 into 1050. I could tell you that straight up with confidence. I could tell you that straight up for that 1045 to 1050. They're going lower. No way, bruh. No way. Wow. Fuck. That is crazy FOMO. Rito stocks had printed on that boom. Damn, bro. Trading chief, what do you mean the PD2 rule change? There's a PD2 rule change that's coming? Wow, they're going to this trend line. Looks like, guys, the MACD bearish crazy on QQQ2. What the Look at that trap. Crazy wedge trap. Oh my god. Free money almost. Crazy shit. This is a bull trap at the top. Bull trap at the top. Wedge about to break down crazy. I think we might even break the floor. That's crazy talk? Nah. That's crazy bearish though. That is a crazy chart pattern. I'm not gonna lie. That's a crazy chart pattern. People selling crazy right now. I can't go. I literally cannot go. Maybe for 1 minute, but like literally, trend line about to hit. You know, free money. Crazy shit. This might even break down and then fake up. That is crazy bearish. Almost a dump. That is a dump actually. Yeah, that's a dump. I don't care though. I got the early one though. I got the earlier one. That shit is literally secondary. You know what I'm saying? If somebody missed earlier, that's straight up like printing real direction. You could do that shit and you're out. But like, yeah, that is, yeah, that is unbelievable. That is unbelievable how they just went from 1050 to 1055 with no cycle, just straight up dumping. You know this is a dump because it's cycle based, time based. 1040, 1045, we break it into 1050 and we just sell, 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 sell. So every minute we just sold, 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 sold into 1055. 1055 and SPY is still going. QQQ is bouncing. Man, I wonder where SPY is going. Maybe the gap below. That is crazy talk. Maybe there's gonna be a cycle and then do it, but yeah. We are at horizontal sloping support that we drew earlier. Horizontal sloping support for now, technically speaking. I'm not even gonna draw that on SPY. You guys can see that on QQQ. Time is 10:55, so we're bouncing at 10:55 at 10:54 trying. No matter how small, how sorry, my headset died. Yeah, no matter how small, how weak, however short or long, we have to call out what it happens and what it does because that is deducting off of what's happening live in front of our faces, logical facts. So 10:55 bouncing into 11 trying right above the trend line support. Thank you all for hitting the subscribe button and the like button. 81 people here. Thank you all very much. Hopefully we'll see you guys next time. You guys can all come visit too when you know who comes back. You guys can stop by and see how we are all doing, how he is doing as well. If you guys are printing over there, good for you. All I'm saying is just stay safe. I hope you guys are making your own deductions wherever you guys are in the world, wherever, what community you are. Because that's what I'm saying to my friends, bro. Like, the death of all traders is literally speculation and hoping and guessing. Because that's literally what happened in the 1920s and 1929, and it's literally what's happening right now. In 1989, whatever the hell it is. And all we gotta do, right, is literally just do our best to not be a part of that euphoria, be a part of that craziness. By becoming our own man, our own woman. To learn the power of yourself and deducting. Time is 11. Time is 11. Bouncing at 11 on SPY. It's a little bit of a small cycle trap going on, possibly. QQQ bouncing at 10:55 into 11 still, and SPY bouncing at 11 at 10:57. So small long opportunity coming into 11. or it's already happened in front of our eyes. Right? But I called out a 1055 bounce into, right, 11, but they literally went lower, right, on SPY. They did not go lower on QQQ. But all I'm saying is I have to call out for what it is, which is 1055 bounce into 11 on QQQ. SPY went a little bit lower, you know what I mean, into 11 itself, and then they bounced at 11. But like, all I'm saying is, all I'm saying, all I'm saying is, all I'm saying. Right, time is 11. There's a wedge play going on. Crazy wedge play going on. I thought they were gonna break this, to be honest, and then go a little bit higher, fake out, breakout at the minimum, but you know. So 10.55 bounce into 11, right? 11 bounce into 11, right? We're deciding what to do at 11. That's all it is, right? The market could decide to reject that 11 into 11.05. The market could decide to fake 11.05 rejection and then go higher into 11.05, right? But by 11:02, we will have a clearer answer, and then 11:03 will be 11:05 a.m. So we don't know if this is like a good or fake, whatever, right? But all we do know it is in the wedge, and it's dangerous, basically. It's in the wedge, and it's dangerous. Meaning it could go up instantly, it could go down instantly. You need to be able to deduct perfectly in this moment if you are going to trade within the wedge, is all I'm saying. Which is a fair statement, right? SPY is showing red candle, QQQ is showing nice big green candle. So SPY is trying to reject from 11 into 11.05. QQQ following SPY. The candles are getting dirty, the candles are getting big, and the candles are getting fast. Maybe it's a possibility that this is the bounce to short to actually go touch the trend line, but I would still say that's, maybe that's a deduction for some, maybe that's hope for some, right? That's all I will say. That's all I'm going to say. It looks like that's what's playing out though. But yeah, I'm just going to watch because I'm okay where I'm at right now. Maybe that's a crazy print to LOD, but I'm kind of okay with where I'm at, honestly. MACD coming in, bearish. But the 5-minute MACD kind of coming in sus. But the 5-minute candle is like trapping people at the top. However, that looks scary to go on. That looks scary. Because there's no volume, there's no MACD. It just started. What if they kill this too? Right, so let's watch. They're at the floor. They broke down and they faked down the breakdown on SPY, and QQQ did not touch it. Time is 11:02, right? So in 15 seconds, it's going to be 11:05. Right? In 15 seconds, it's going to be 11:05 on QQQ as well. You guys think lower or higher? Thank you, Rito Stocks. Yeah, you should join our WhatsApp community, guys. If you guys like commentary and if you guys want to have more of like a alert system with friends, we have a WhatsApp community called Reality Chat. Bounce coming off of 11:05 perfectly on the trend line on QQQ. SPY trend line breakdown trying to bounce. Are there people going long on that trend line or not? We only will know when the MACD and the volume comes in. But the MACD and volume is nothing right now. The wind direction was south on QQQ from 9:30 to 9:30 pre-market to 9:30, north from 9:30 to 10:10, and then now, we are in between the two pivot points, right? We're now not north, not south too much. SPY divergence on the floor 9:40, divergence on the roof 10:20. So at some point or another, right, the roof or floor most likely gonna break unless they don't want to clear the divergence. But yeah, they sure are getting everybody involved. Meaning, there's people thinking the roof here, there's people thinking the floor here, and we're somehow at the midpoint almost, right? There's people thinking the roof here, 10:15, 10:40, and there's people thinking the floor here, 10:20, 10:55, 11:05, and we're somehow at the midpoint. Mathematically speaking, you know what I mean? Like 10:45 is somewhere near the midpoint. So I'm not saying we're not going to go lower, but I'm just saying, like, for now, we're somehow like just hovering at the middle after getting everybody involved. There's a shit ton of cycles. Crap ton of cycles. The 5-minute MACD a little bit bearish, but not too much. So we're just hovering, using this trend line for now, inside the wedge. So 11:05 bounce from 11 on SPY, 11:05 on QQQ. Man, looks like a nice long on QQQ, but they're really going up and down, up and down. Like literally on one candle, they just move up all the way to the midpoint. Somewhere the midpoint is right here on SPY, but they're not doing it. Tight cycles. Time is 11:10. We bounced off 11:05. Time is now 11:10. Super tight cycles. SPY rejecting off of 11:05 into 11:10. Lightning candles, and the QQQ starting a rejection at 11:07, representing 11:10 trying, but the MACD is bullish on the 1-minute candle. The MACD is bullish on the 1-minute candle, so I mean, I don't really see a good trade here. The 5-minute MACD dying bearish, so just wasting time possibly. Or they're faking us out and they really go lower. Or they trap all these bears and then they go higher. But it's kind of unclear because there's a lot of bears, a lot of bulls at every single stage. This side maybe bulls are killed, but like now here, extreme and then bounce back to midpoint, like yeah. is 11:10. Slow-mo trading. SPY is going up now. SPY is going up on the MACD, and QQQ is not yet. SPY was it was like an okay long, you know what I mean, from here to here because of the MACD and volume, but QQQ is not yet. Not yet. Like the safety isn't there. The safety is there when the MACD and volume's there, big time. There's no way we fell in it. You know what I mean? There's no way we dropping at that point. But like right now, they could do whatever the hell they want right now. SPY looks like it's about to drop, but like yeah, it's crazy. The 5 minute. It's not. We're literally at POC. That's probably not a coincidence. On the 5 minute. So I'm pretty sure we're about to barcode here for a little bit more and then bring the POC down. QQQ. SPY is going lower. Looks like a short. Well, bears coming, trying. Time is only 10:10. This is literally at one cycle, no confirmation shorting. I'm not shorting this. It's still possible, but I mean, it looks like it could on the 5 minute, honestly, but you know what I mean? That's a huge risk. Easy money, but still, huge risk. SPY showing different time, different things, right? If it was truly bearish and that was a true direction, I feel like that would have shredded in 1 minute. Time is 11:10. It's a little bit of a slowdown after big pushes. So after there's a little slowdown, there's going to be a big push out of nowhere. So maybe we just wait a little bit patiently, and then I could see this thing breaking down, or I could see this thing breaking up at some point or another. POC just shifted on SPY, so that's what we were waiting for. See, POC just shifted because we barcoded here, right? So now that we have POC down here, let's see what happens. We might bring QQQ POC a little bit. No, I think we go shred down, shred down. I'm gonna go in SPY puts right now. I'm in for 1K SPY puts. The risk is there, crazy there. What if they bear trap everybody on POC right now and in this one candle? We'll see. Time is 11:15. Time is 11:15. QQQ is at sloping support. I think I'm about to leave. This shit is risky. It's like almost hoping for this to break down. Time is 11:15. Come on. Technically 11:15 bounce. Ooh, now I might get trapped on this. Hold on. 10:15 or 11:15. Either it bounces or it fakes. But yeah, it's not good. This is not good. Bear trap below POC is trying. Man, this 5-minute candle might show green. Yeah, I think I'm getting trapped. Time is 11:15. Trading on this wedge line, crazy, dangerous, risky, I said, so fuck. What if they run up and kill everybody? I'm still holding. If this shit does not go break down this is literally the last time to leave. Oh no. MACD coming in bullish. Off at 10:15, 11:15. This might be hope for bears to make them stay. This candle movement. Damn. Alright, I'm gonna leave. I'm out. Just wasting more time to bring QQQ POC down here, it looks like. I'm gonna chop. Just like what we did with SPY. But yeah, that is gay. It's a lot of hope. No real direction. So time is 11:20. Time is 11:20. I might cry. Okay, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna go in for $750. I'm gonna hold this shit actually. That's crazy. They made me sell and then they're doing that shit instantly. That's crazy. Now I'm back in. Small side though. LOD about to break. LOD about to break, I'm telling you. That's a crazy move. Time is 10:20. 11:20. So 11:15 bounce, rejection into 11:20. Maybe this is floor hope too. This is crazy, bro. Fucking, they made me leave. That's so evil. That's so evil, bro. Oh my god. I have to hold this shit for a LOD break now for any sort of money, but like that is crazy. I'm out. I'm fucking leaving. I'm out. I'm out. I don't care. I don't care. I'm dancing. I don't care. I don't care. I told you that LOD fucking coming, right? Oh my god, dude. I'm actually pissed they made me leave on that, but like that shit was so scary. Like that was so scary, bro. Oh my! I told you the wedge about to break down or break up, right? Look at that shit. Look at that free money, guys. Holy mother of God. Holy mother of God. I'm gonna do QQQ puts right now. $750. Holy fuck. I can't even catch that shit, bro. I can't even catch this shit. I can't. Oh my god. I can't even catch QQQ anymore, bro. You guys saw that shit? It was up there. I was about to go in on QQQ. Holy fuck. Wow. Who's having a great day? LOD broke. Divergence cleared. LOD broke. That's how the market does, baby. You know what I'm saying? That's how the market does. Holy fuck. What a day. Now be careful though. LOD broke. Holy shit. Wind is south now. Man, the wind is south. Okay, let's focus. Time is 11:20. 11:20 is down here. 11:20 is down here. What a fucking break. What a break. Still shredding. What a sell. Okay, time to calm down, book your profits, and get the next cycle in. Okay, still bearish. The wind is super bearish. You're pushing down crazy now. Holy fuck. Wow. The wind is super south. Super south. Time is 11:19, 11:20 actually. So they're selling crazy into actually 11:20. Holy shit. What a candle. That dude, if I held that 1K, brother, if I held that 1K, that shit would be at 3K right now. I'm pretty sure, like 2.5. I don't even know. I don't even know. I don't even know. Look at that 3-minute candle sell-off. Wedge complete breakdown. Wedge complete breakdown. Oh my god. All right, bounce coming. 11:20 bounce. What a sell and a bounce. Damn. Damn bug. 11:20 bounces here. This is a 11:20 bounce. Sell off into 11:20, bounce at 11:20. So let's see what happens. Man. Selling back to the floor again from this little bounce looks like. Time is 11:22. Man. What a rip. What a rip down. The MACD is super bearish. The MACD is super bearish. What? Look at that MACD, bro. Oh my lordy. Trapped everybody at the top. I told you one side's about to get crushed, right? And the one side's about to get like paid out like crazy after all that little crap move. That's crazy though. That wedge down breaking like that, dude. When I saw that shit, I was like, I'm going in. I was like, these people are going. These people are going, bro. Going back to previous day 4 p.m. close. Trying. Time is 11:25. Yeah, who printed big on that drop? Like, I'm talking about like 4K plus or something. Man, that has to be such an easy money because, like, you know what I'm saying? It was just waiting, and then the moment that candle came, deduction, full on Everybody in the world going. Everybody in the world going. This is 11:20 bounce into 11:25. Huge sell and a buyback. We're basically at the midpoint of this little sell we did. Midpoint of this little sell we did. This 5-minute sell, we're at the midpoint of it, right? Market loves the midpoint of everything. Midpoint of this little going up. Midpoint of everything. Time is 11:25. Man, QQQ looks more bearish than SPY. Looked more bearish than SPY on the 5-minute candle. 5-minute MACD. We are at previous day 4 p.m. close. Almost. About to touch it. This is the reason why we mark the 4 p.m. close and the 9:30 open from the previous day, right? Because why? We do this shit every day. You get what I'm saying? We do this shit every day, and on this day, the previous day, 4 p.m. close, 9:30 was down here, and we touched that, and we ran up like crazy, right? We do this shit every day, and on QQQ, there's a 1-minute gap, right? And at the end of the day, we filled the 1-minute gaps for the Lotto. So every single day is the same shit. Every single day, there's a cycle. Every single day. Time is 11:25. So some people are, I think, shorting off this too, but I'm gonna see if it goes back above or stays below or something. Wait, wait. Man, I wish I could have kept 1K and then added another K on top of that or some shit, but like it happened so fast that it literally made me sell out, and then they did that, and I was like, wow, they're about to go, and I'm feeling FOMO. So they literally just shake you out though in one cycle. And then if it goes more than one cycle, you're toast, right? So that's why I called it, because if it goes more than one cycle and it runs, like I'm completely effed. But yeah, possibility was there. Looks like shorting off of 1125 possible. Shorting off of 1125 possible. Just gonna wait. Candle bumping up. Time is 11:30. That was one hell of a drop. And then a buyback to previous day 4 p.m. close. Remember what happened in the morning when we were selling off and we kind of our people printed real quick at 9:40. What do we say? At 9:40 and at 9:55 we said the floor never broke and they're probably leaving this for later. The previous day 4 p.m. close. As I said, the market gapped up and we're hovering right now. There's a gap below, but we're leaving that, and that was the gameplay into 11:20. Because it broke down clearly, and then now we're having some sort of a retest or some sort of a game here. But yeah, it's not like a clear, you touch this and you go lower too. Like, what if we touch this, go a little bit higher, and then, stay here too, zigzag? That's a possibility too, but I'm just saying this level is very important because this is where we closed yesterday or Friday at 6. 37, I think, exactly. So it's staying higher into 1130, right? So this smaller cycle bearish trapped, right? Smaller cycle bearish trapped into 1130. It looks like they're about to break out above this and then, some sort of a zigzag here now, but this is literally what I meant by this. Just because it touches this does not mean it guarantees. Like, we could literally play around here, so that's what's going on now, playing around here. We are above 4 p.m. close, which is at, let me mark this, 6:37. Time is 11:30. So if somebody didn't go long here and they're not printing on this, a possibility, right, is that we run up to somewhere here, maybe the POC again, and then we retest the previous, say, 4 p.m. at some point. I'm not saying we're going to, but I'm just saying that's a possibility. So if they do it later or they're showing it, maybe can deduct using that too. But it's a wild sell-off and a wild buyback, right? In literally 10 minutes. They bought back the entire thing in 10 minutes. But that is a crazy move, basically speaking. You just have to get out in one cycle. You have to get out short, and you have to go long, and you have to get out long in one cycle. Right? The cycle looked like one cycle into 1125, but they extended it into 1130, right? So all I'm saying is, very good move if you're able to go in for one real directional move, and then you get out in 10 minutes, and you have a crazy profit. Time is 11:30. Rejection is possible. We're at previous day 4 p.m. So 11:30 rejection is tiny but trying. I'm building off that at 11:30. Wow. Back to the horizontal trend line trying. That is a lot of power. Look at the volume. Sold crazy and then bought back crazy. Sold crazy and then bought back a little bit less on SPY, but still buying back crazy. It's a lot of strength. Because the market is at all-time highs. A lot of strength. Look at this dip below previous 4 p.m. close. Gap fill basically, right? And then getting strength possibly. Let's go look at SPX. SPX, there was a gap. There was a 1 minute gap on the SPX, and this was basically the target. So if people were, FOMO and they saw that sell off, they could have bought long somewhere down here to target that. 5 minutes says we barcode possibly. Not barcoding possibly, but we gap filled is what I'm saying. Let's see where the POC is. Okay, POC is up there. Interesting. Time is 11:30. Look at what QQQ hit. Very interesting. Time is 11:35. The MACD is still bullish on the 1 minute candle. However, the 5 minute candle is a little bit mixed. So the 1 minute candle coming in nice and bullish, but the 5 minute looks a little bit slow. But we are somehow at the midpoint of this entire range today. Huge. I don't even know what range we're at. 570 to 566.8. Time is 11:35. Trying to go higher on SPY. I thought some sort of game coming on this, but I guess not. Maybe some sort of game on this trend line, but I don't know. They just show you one thing. SPY back to trend line as well. Sloping. Horizontal. It's 11:35. Right below. Looks like a touch is coming. MACD volume helping. QQQ also might push through into 11:35. Touching this horizontal sloping support at different times. The MACD is almost as bullish as it was from this push. So we basically getting the same size push from the floor. Almost beautiful to see. But yeah, basically almost the same size. What a day. For real. $11.35 rejection to 11.40 possibility. The MACD is so bullish, not really interested. This is also no confirmation. First cycle, no confirmation. Let's go look at some big names real quick. Nvidia, Tesla. Wow, look at that recovery on Tesla. Google, bearish. Apple. Looks like that rejection's coming. 140, 1140. And the green candle came as soon as I switched charts. Time is 1140. We are at 28 EMA. Right below POC on SPY. Well, they're going lower on this cycle. Like that. Crazy. Dragging down. Time is 1140. Bear trap, bull trap. And MACD 1 minute candle not really helping both sides. They're just creating some sort of a trap here with the 1 minute candle structure. Quite impressive how they're zigzagging with no setup, just wasting time. Because as you can see on SPY and QQQ, there is a difference in, the cycle that they're making. 1135 is higher, 1130 is higher. There's just no power, there's no volume, there's no MACD, there's nothing. They're just waiting for some real directional moves to happen. Time is 11:43. So we'll see what happens into 12 o'clock. A big sell-off. After this wedge breakdown, we are retesting the wedge. Somehow the market has the power to do that because we are so bullish. Retesting the wedge. Trying to push it on 11:45. No power behind it. Trying to push it with no power behind it. But the volume has been dying bearish in the 5-minute up until now. So maybe they're hiding the volume, or maybe there is no volume. 11:45 rejection. Starting. This is the confirmation to short on SPY. QQQ is running higher. No volume, no MACD. SPY is going. I'm going for SPY. Small. $800. QQQ is running higher. SPY. Time is 11:50. Time is 11:50. Not 11:45. Time is 11:50. Damn, QQQ is running higher. I was thinking we reject into 11:50. SPY does 11:45 into 11:50, but QQQ could run higher on this candle. We need to see what this candle does. This candle throws everything apart though. QQQ. Weird. No trading still looks like. Trash. Higher. I mean, that was a confirmation too short, but there's no volume. No MACD. Just trap. Into 11:50. Looks like. Little W forming. A little W already formed on QQQ. Market is wilding. Above trend line now. On QQQ. Now bullish MACD holding. Bullish MACD holding. I really thought that bullish MACD was going to pull back and they were going to kill it a little bit and then some sort of game, but no. That was a candle just looking like that and then trap. Now if this high breaks, there's a big possibility it will break with time. It's very sus. what they did earlier though. They make people think go higher, and then yeah. I think we pull back here to at some point, but maybe not now. Yeah. I don't know. Okay, now she's going high. Damn. That is no good. That is no good. Wow. Sucks. I'm trapped right here. Time is 11:50. She's running higher. Scary looking. Fuck, I'm about to get burned. Wow. Wow. So bullish after the gap fill. Like, what the fuck? That is so sad. Oh my god. We're at VWAP. QQQ ran ahead of SPY. Just trapping people. This shit could be killed with data and time. Volume coming in bullish on the 5-minute now. Damn. They're just so good. They're just so good. We're above POC, above VWAP. QQQ above VWAP, POC. Still going higher. Time is 11:55. Above VWAP, above POC. And we could run this thing, but in my opinion, I think we come test here at some point or another. Even though we're super bullish right now, that's just what I feel like we're doing. VWAP, MACD not really super bullish, but the candles are. So burning these people, burning people that are getting involved here too, extending time, extending cycle with the volume, with the MACD, but yeah. QQQ is building into 11:55. We're above VWAP, above POC at 11:55. Maybe they won't even leave down here, but I mean, if they do go down there, yeah, I'll be fine. But could also not be a possibility. We could just run this thing up. However, this trend line, horizontal trend line, is acting as something. Acting as something for now. Could turn into support as well. It's right at POC, underneath VWAP. 11:55 rejection into 12, tiny. That's why though, like some people don't even short, like after a big drop like that, right? Some people do not short until the low of that biggest drop candle breaks, like 11:20. There's a big drop here, right? At 9:40. People do not short until that big ass candle at 9:40 breaks. Then they short. There's just certain people that do certain rules like that, but like that's literally why it saves them money because you know what I mean? Like instead of your rules changing at every single time, like you kind of want your rules to never change. You basically want to follow like the same strict, rules. And then once you deviate from a part of your rules, you might get toasted here and there. But yeah, certain rules. Because I say that too. Like after a big drop or after a big pump, I would be like, oh, no puts until that low breaks. Oh, no calls until that high breaks. But I still do it anyway because you know what I mean. The market gets you feeling it, and the market gets you hoping sometimes, and it's just very hard to emotionally control yourself. 11:55 rejection into 12 playing out for now. Let's see what happens at 12. We could bounce right here. Could find some sort of a support at 12 into 12:05, but we will see. The good long, right? People printed going long. It's just maybe at a certain point, right? You want to leave in one full cycle. So possibility is there that we're doing something like 1/3, 2/3, and then 3/3, right? Late chasers might get washed out a little bit with data and time. But that's why I drew this line. Previously 4 p.m. close, 6:37. If we retest that later, then we would basically wash out these people. We would wash them out too, but still, we could not do that. We could run up, trap every bear that's there. Because 11:15 to 11:20, a crap ton of people might have joined. So I'm just talking about the possibilities here. And then while they show us when they make something, we will know more certain, right? So time is 12, and 12 is deciding what to do on this horizontal sloping support line into 12:05. It looks like a little lower into 12:03, 12:05 playing out. I'm not putting in any new money, but I'm just holding, trying to get relief. It looks like my relief is coming right now, like super fast. Super fast. Captain Chaotic said, what cycles do you watch to determine the trade entry? So I watch the 1 minute candle, right? But I practice this shit by looking at the SPY 1 minute candle, and then on the left, you open up SPX, and then put it on the 5 minute candle. What this allows you to do is you could look through the 1 minute candle in relation to the 5 minute candle, in relation to the 30 minute candle, in relation to the 1 hour candle, in relation to the 4 hour candle, in relation to the 1 day candle. Because what's going on with the market is there are cycles within cycles within cycles within cycles. Is the reason why this is a chaotic system, but it's a very lovely money printing chaotic system for people that are deducting constantly. For people that are like, you know what I mean, like less deducting than not, it's very hard because what the market is doing is it's constantly making people hope on everything. It's making people hope on indicators. It's making people think on price level. It's making people think on this stock. It's making people think on what I'm saying, like guess on pre-market, making people guess on blah blah blah, and all it literally matters is cycle to cycle to cycle, right? To break levels and shit. So it's literally like bullish from 9:30 to 10:10, bearish from 10:10 to 11:20, right? And then now we're bounce trying, technically speaking, right? Why is this important? Because the cycle and time is telling us that all calls are printing from 9:30 to 10:10. All puts are getting absolutely destroyed, right? And then from 10:10 to 11:20, what's going on? All calls are absolutely getting destroyed, meaning they're being used to move the move down, right? All puts are getting money, right? Because this is a zero sum game. From 11:20, what's going on until 11:55? We went up crazy, right? Meaning all puts are being what? Used, right? All calls are what? Winning, making money. You know what I'm saying? This is a cycle. You get what I'm saying? This is what you mean. This is what I mean by there's literally 55 or 85 cycles, meaning we go up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, 5 minutes. But those, this 1 hour cycle makes up one big cycle, does it not? So technically, there's like 15 or 20 cycles in one huge cycle, right? One cycle going up, one cycle going down, or two cycles going down. So 1, 2, 3. One cycle going up, 4. So now we're in the fifth cycle, technically speaking, medium picture. You get what I'm saying here? So that's what I mean by we're deducting through the small cycles, but like we're also looking at the bigger cycle, if that makes sense, by using the pivot points, by using the time, by using cycle, by using the power of your brain, not hoping on, oh my god, we're gonna go run, run, run. Oh, we're gonna go break, 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 break. We're literally, you know what I'm saying? We're deducting while it's happening. We're like, oh shit, we're going. All right, we're doing it. All right, we're out. Oh, it's bouncing. We're in. Oh, we're out. We're at the midpoint. Oh, we printed. You know what I'm saying? So this is what we mean by every single day. It's literally the same thing. And yeah, I literally did not know this shit existed like this. But like once you find out this shit exists, it's so fucking like you know what I mean. Like you can't not do this. Like everything else to you feels like craziness and hoping. But like honestly, I get confidence. I get bliss. Doing this shit because to a certain degree, I could like try to deduct. To a certain degree. Man, I was talking crazy and I did not leave. Damn. Yo, I was talking crazy and I did not leave into that. But that is basically them coming to where people got involved and then not relieving them. But yeah, that is not good. Time is 12:05. Alright, POC. I feel like 4 p.m. close is coming, but like this cycle is not good because you know what I mean. I've been a part of this, and we all have been a part of this where people get shredded, right? They come down to where people entered and they don't relieve them, or they do relieve them sometimes, but it's just now it's 50-50. Whatever the market wants to do, whatever the market deducts to do. The reason why I keep saying deduct, deduct, the market wants to do is because if you think about it, we are all a part of the market. Like what is going on is like from the time slot that it has, from 12:05 to 12:10 to 12:15 to you know what I mean. Let's say the time is 3:30, and we made a HOD and a LOD. If we could deduct through the Lotto way better because we have the power of the cycle analysis, if that makes sense. And there's only 330, 335, 340, 345, so there's only like 5 checkpoints until 4 p.m. is how you can deduct a lot better. And into Lotto, you'll see using this power too. But like last week, we literally deducted through the Lotto like so good through like maybe like 4 times, right, or something like that. And it was because like we were like, oh, time is 3:59. They're about to push up. 3:59 represents 3:55. Oh, nice. They made a HOD at 3:59 p.m. Oh, look at that big ass red candle at 4 p.m. That's a 3:55 peak into 4 p.m. reversion, or you know what I mean, revert downwards. And that's literally what we mean by every single day there is a HOD and a LOD. Every single day. Let me go back in time real quick. Okay, not good examples, cause not days, been Lotto, but yeah. There's a day on SPX from last week that was a really good example of that. Trying to go lower. Time is 12:05. It's a 12:05 bounce, rejecting into 12:10 trying. Okay, so if that low breaks, we're going low. If that low breaks at 12:01, right? 12:01 representing what? 12, right? So time is 12:05. Next candle is 12:10. We'll have some sort of an answer right now at 12:10. To me, all right, I need this thing to go lower. I'm gonna say it looks like it's going lower, but like it's so easy that yeah, I don't want to say. I'm trying to get relieved somewhere here real quick. MACD's weak bearish. We are at POC. Dangerously gaming around at POC. Not good. Just waiting or barcoding at POC. But if we go south, the destination is 337. It's not even. That was also another gift to leave, but did not. I think 637 is coming at some point or another. I don't know about you guys, but QQQ. There's a lot of bulls involved here now. Like, come on now. That's what I'm saying, baby girl. All right? That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna leave in this candle. I'm out 50%. I have tiny money in, but I'm keeping the other 50% real quick for another minute. Time is 12:10. Time is 12:10. This is how I do it every day. I'm telling you, like this is how I do it every day. All I need is a couple of cycles to get right, and I'm up a couple $100, and I'm almost at 1K now. But yeah, that's how we fucking do it every fucking day. Time is 12:10. I'm gonna leave. Oh, out. Now let's be careful now. Time is 12:10, right? We were going bearish from 11:55 into 12:10, and now bounce is coming at 12:10, right? QQQ went lower from 11:55 into 12:10, right? So now bounce is coming. 12:10, bounce trying. That is crazy. That is the gift. If somebody was in here with me, I'm pretty sure that was the gift, because you know what I mean. Maybe they do go lower now, but like I don't know. I'm pretty sure 637 is oh shit. 637 is coming. Like that is just like the magical 4 p.m. close. But we also don't have to. That's just, but it's incredible how that's like the no volume node, no? It's pretty incredible. Actually, 4 p.m. close is like up here, so we might have even touched it right now. Let's see. I'm pretty sure we're on it right now. Exactly. Yeah, we're on it exactly right now. So this is the 4 p.m. Well, this is the 4 p.m. close. We're bouncing off the 4 p.m. close right now. This was my target though, because when we were going up, I was like, oh, I think we're gonna come down back. But this is literally previous day 4 p.m. close. So anything above this was dangerous, unless you got out in one cycle. You get what I'm saying here? Because they could have pulled back here. They should have pulled back here to here, but they extended the bull run. That's why I kept saying. I was like, oh, this run is being extended. And I said, if we do go back down, this will be the target, 637, because this is the previous day 4 p.m. close. So that was literally the game plan. Don't know about any more, but I said in the WhatsApp group, maybe the big possibility is the barcode here or we bounce here, but yeah, that is literally what's going on for now. Because there's a lot of puts here. There's a lot of puts here. So we don't have to go back down, but we did slightly pull back from that run. That was one hell of a run though, from here to here, and then once you break out of this, this was like, to me in my eyes, it was dangerous after 11:35, but still, that was a good run. People just had to somehow get out. The only thing is, the majority of the people in the world are not leaving. On 0 DT, 1 DT, like 1 plus to 1 week DT, just people are going to hold. That's the only problem. Is the reason why the market cycles like crazy, and the reason why people get, trapped, and they stay, and yeah. Because sometimes you get relieved, sometimes not, right? Depending on the environment, and it's just, most of the times for most people, that shit will not relieve, because it's just, very, very hard to know when you're not when you're not hoping, when you're not guessing, if you do not know the start and end of a cycle. If you cannot guess, or like try to, if you don't if you don't have the ability to like try to be like, oh, we were bullish from 11:20 to 11:55, but like, oh, we might be a little bit bearish from 11:55 to 12:10. If you can't find out the beginning and the end of a bull run, if you can't find out the beginning of a maybe bearish run, then you can't even, you know what I mean, try to begin to figure out where the market's going, or if you can't, figure out what trend it's in. Is the reason why I'm like, when he's like saying, oh, it's bullish, 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 oh, it's bearish, 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 like, you just want to be a little bit careful and, deduct yourself, because, yeah, where and to when. And from when, where, when we you get what I'm saying? Like, from when were we bullish? What time? And to what cycle? And when are we pulling back? Did we pull back? Yes or no? Are we going to pull back? No. Then we keep running or something like that. And it's just, yeah. You gotta be able to question. Question. We're at POC. We bounced at 4 p.m. previous day for now. So, more bullish than bearish because of the MACD dying. Right? The 5-minute MACD bullish on SPY. The 5-minute MACD on QQQ bullish. The 1 minute MACD was bearish until 12:10, and then it got killed off into 12:15. So in 5 minutes, let's see what happens. Time is only 12:15, so just be patient, and we'll have more of an answer into 12:20, maybe 12:25. Someone said, can you share the IWM chart? Bill, my bad, bro. For now, I'm only doing 2 charts, but in the future, I'm going to be extending my chart to maybe like 3 or 4. But as of right now, I'm just showing QQQ and SPX, or QQQ and SPY. But in the future, yeah, I'm gonna be showing SPX put to call ratio on a whole different on a whole different screen, I think. But trading view, I should have like 3 to 4 charts. So I appreciate you for saying that, but as of right now, the only thing I can do is just flash IWM for a second. I'm really sorry, but you know what I mean. HOD was at 9:30, right? LOD 11:25 for, so 11:30 for QQ or IWM, right? So 9:30 and 11:30 for IWM. But there's a divergence between IWM and SPY and QQQ, like most days. I noticed that most days IWM has its own, HOD, has its own LOD, which is fine. But yeah, they do diverge by like 5, 10, 15 minutes with SPY and QQQ. SPY is running. There's bulls coming into 12:20. Bulls coming into 12:20. Bullish into 12:20. Time is already 12:20. And the candle's coming out alive. Coming out alive and strong for the bulls. The MACD is nice. Like if we run up, we trap everybody. That is a possibility. We trap everybody today, but that is crazy bullish now. QQQ is back at the trend line, horizontal trend line. So yeah, today not really bearish, not really bullish as of yet, because all we did today was just run up a little bit, run down, gap filled, break down, and then come back up above the gap, right? And we're holding above the gap. So technically more bullish than bearish because we're above the previous, say, 4 p.m. and we're holding it, in my opinion. I don't know. What do you guys think? What are your opinions? Slight reject off sloping horizontal support alpha 1220. Just call it for what it is. So this horizontal sloping support that we drew at somewhere, right? We drew it somewhere here at like 10:55, 11 is very, very helpful for the entire day for now, right? And this previous 4 p.m. close, 9:30 a.m. level that we mark every single day has been important, right? The entire day. So with all these things in combination, you guys can have the power to like not, freak out, not guess, and just basically deduct slowly but like fast, right? Because the market's super fast through the intraday market. This is a little bit more bullish than not, but I don't really know where the target would be if if we run up bullish, then we just break HOD. But yeah, the market is going up every minute. It is. It's trying. 1220. Look, SPY is above the midpoint. It's almost going towards the roof again, which is 50 cents above, right? It's not even that far high. QQQ, HOD is 50 cents away, so it's not even that far high. But basically, right, what's going on is 1120 is the floor. This is the midpoint. This is the midpoint. This is showing the floor at 1210, right? And then now 1220 is like past the midpoint. It's like almost going towards the roof. So by 1225, 1230, we could be at the roof. We could be near the roof. This is what I mean by in time increments in 5, 10, 15 minutes, 25, like whatever minutes, the market changes so damn fast that people are like hoping on the roof, or people are hoping on the floor, or people are, like scared of the roof, or people are scared of the floor, or whatever it is. But like all the market does is it cycles. It really does cycle up and down, and what you're trying to do is you're trying to get the best, option, best data timed shit. 1220. I mean, I really did say we could run up because there's a lot of bears, but I mean that's what the market does every single day. No, they do a big drop, get everybody involved, and then show red, and then just run like crazy. But a decent run, I guess, for people that went long since 1122. So. And big sell coming off 12, 1120. Big sell coming off 1120 into time is 1220 into 1225. 1220 into 1225. Cycles are getting super tight and dangerous. We're getting near the end or the top of this cycle to pull back and then go higher, or to pull back or something. But yeah, it made people think it was going to run, and then now it's starting to pull back. We'll see. I mean, the MACD was really good though. The MACD was looking bullish, and the 5-minute candle pulling back like that. The 5-minute candle pulling back from 1220 into 1225. 1220 into 1225 pullback. We gotta expect that there's some range that they're gonna range on, right? Remember what happened yesterday or on Friday? We were just ranging, and then we went up a little bit, and then we range. So maybe VWAP, maybe POC we're doing this on, or maybe 4 p.m. close we're doing this on, but expect some sort of a range, right? After we did a big move down, big move up, and then what? Data kill kill people's times, right? Kill people's hopes and dreams. So probably range, go up a little bit, range, or go down a little bit, range, and then move a little bit, and then Lotto, and then close. This is why every single day on our live stream, we just try to tell people when you see a big drop or a big pump, but usually a big drop. When you see a big drop, what's like you want to print in one cycle, right? And then you want to get out and never go back in again because usually, most likely, statistically speaking, they drop them 0DT puts for one cycle, let them print for one big ass cycle, and then they just drain them into the close or into with time or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like until 1 p.m., 2 p.m., or 3 p.m., and then they just drain them. And then maybe they go down and retest or whatever it is, but like the reality is whether it's at, 10 a.m. And my headset just died. Yeah, whether it's at 10 a.m., whether it's at, 11, 11:15, 12, whatever, 1, if they do go down like that dramatically, right? People that are deducting are going to print. People that are chasing are getting, they're just chasing. So they're going to, statistically speaking, kill them with, just time. It wasn't like this forever, right? Historically speaking, it was not like this, but now that zero DTEs are added, people don't notice, but like in 2018, 2022, 2020, when the market had some sort of a pullback or a crash, right? Like more options were, same day expiring options were added, more and more options, right? So expiring Monday, expiring Tuesday. So now it's zero DT options every single day. There's options expiring, and that's the reason because the options are used for moves, whether it's calls or puts. If you're wrong, like it's being used for the move, along with the people buying or selling, whatever it is. But yeah, options are very, you know, dangerous and strong instruments. Futures too, like they have the ability to make you rich, right? They have the ability to pay you out crazy, but like this is continuous rejection into 1230, continuous rejection into 1230, continuous rejection into 1230. Um, but yeah, this is literally what happened in 1929. I don't know about zero DT options, but speculation, speculative guessing, and people freaking out and doing all that. A euphoria or fear, whatever it is, you just control it. This is small cycle rejection from 1220, 1225, 1230. We're at POC, so tiny cycle ranging, probably doing weird, scary moves. So expect some sort of a trap looking, setup to come. Is what I would think. From 12:30 to 1:30 or 2:30 or something, and then maybe there's a good play going long or short in some period of time, or in between VWAP, POC, and previous day 4 p.m. close. And QQQ is above the POC, in between every single EMA, but they're jumbled like crazy. Time is 12:30. 12:30 is doing nothing at POC. And the volume in MACD is depressing. QQQ is showing a candle lower, but I mean until the low of the 1227 candle breaks, which is breaking right now, it does not go lower until 1230. It's going lower into 1230. So the low of the 1227 candle broke, we're going lower into 1230. This is the real direction, but time is 1230. So we don't know if it's going to go lower than this, but like, you know what I'm saying? It has been going lower since 1220 into 1230. And now that it's 12:30, let's see what happens. But that is a very violent sell. It could turn into a trap, but looking like we're ranging here in between VWAB, in between POC, in between everything. Man, that is a missed short. I don't want to short that, but like, yeah, free money, I guess. Maybe back to 3 327. I mean 637.05. But I just did not want to take that. The risk was crazy. If the MACD volume did not come like that, that would not have pushed down like that. So the candles are small, the cycles are small. However, it was a 1220 rejection from the top of the trend line to below POC for now. Below POC for now. In between POC and 4 p.m. close. So in my opinion, if they go lower than this, I feel like this is dangerous for shorts. But I mean, already back at POC for QQQ. SPY could get a green candle back to POC. Time is 12:30. It's deciding what to do into 12:35 from 12:30. Now it's 12:35. SPY went lower into 12:35. QQQ is bouncing at 12:30 into 12:35. So there's a difference in what they are doing. Smaller cycle, but the divergence is there. Is there still a divergence on the roof? There is. There's no divergence on the floor. We cleared it with the dump. Jazzy said, "Is it overall bull?" Question mark. I can't really say because like listening or and talking to friends, it sounds like there's a lot of calls here and there's a lot of puts here. So like, the most likely situation is they either close it in between or, you know what I mean, we do go near the HOD or we go near the LOD one more time. But I feel like we're gonna use this 4 p.m. close POC and VWAP to, chop around and do nothing, or I don't know, but yeah. Sean, I'm sorry you feel that. But yeah, honestly, before I started to deduct like this, I really did feel like trading was like gambling and like just guessing, but like deducting is guessing, you know what I mean? But like it's a little bit more. It's like you have a little bit of power over your fate. you do have some sort of say over, the decisions that you're making. So technically, it is, gambling. Technically, it is speaking. It is very risky to, do zero DTs too. But the market does give you opportunities and abilities to be able to deduct through the most important moments. I'm not saying every single moment, right? And that's maybe that's the reason why people are getting tricked up a lot, because they're trying to guess or speculate on every single moment. But that's so hard to do. But you literally see me doing this, right? And like even like saying this, I'm not gonna look in hindsight and be like, guys, I knew we were gonna peak at 10 or 10:20. Oh, guys, I knew we were gonna make a floor at 11:20. I don't know that. It's just like the probabilities and the time and what we see just tells me that we did that and we did that. So we could by when by the blah 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 is what I mean by you have a higher chance of higher chance. But yeah. I get what you're saying. I really do. This is 12:35. We are almost at previous day 4 p.m. close. So this is best safe exit. Most likely, if someone's short right now, this is best safe exit here. The best safe exit. Okay, I said in the WhatsApp group, best safe exit somewhere here. 4 p.m. close. Previous 4 p.m. close from Friday. Anything below here gets risky. Gets risky. So we'll see what happens. But POC on QQQ is holding. Time is 12:40. And time flies, man. Because the difference between 12:36 and 12:37 is literally 12:35 or 12:40. And like they could do whatever they want using these candles, using the time. Yeah, Hussein said it's not gambling when you know what you're doing. You just need to learn a little bit more, some technical analysis, and be fast with your entries and exits. Yeah, have good setups basically. Have good setups, and I always this is what I told my friends throughout like basically a year. But I was like, my primary factors are time, literally the exact time of the 1 minute candle, 11:56 for this candle, right? And the cycle. For me, those are the biggest things. And then the price level comes in, you know what I mean? Everything else comes in, fundamental technical analysis comes in, but like there has to be like some primary factors that help you become stable. Stable in saving your money, stable in printing, stable in deducting, right? Whatever it is, like stable in not being biased or stable in whatever it is, like whatever you think that word stable means, right? Just whatever, yeah, helps you do that is what you need to do basically. You just keep practicing, and then you might not feel like you're getting better one day, but one day, the next day, one day or another, you're gonna look back and you're gonna be like, wow, you know, something has dramatically changed inside me. I feel a difference, and you kind of get to that point after you've changed, not really while you're changing. This is no cycle going lower. No cycle going lower, just going lower every 5 minutes. 12:25, 12:30, 12:35, and 12:40 possibly bounce trying, but yeah, they're failing every time. 12:40. QQQ is holding POC, so I can't say the same thing about QQQ. But yeah, SPY, some sort of game going on here. Maybe they drop below into 12:40 and then they trap using the previous say 4 p.m. close. But I called out a barcode. I called it out on the previous say 4 p.m. but like they barcoded it on POC. They barcoded on POC VWAP and somewhere between that. A bounce trend off of 1235 into 1240. Small cycle. Bounce trend off of 1235 into 1240. Off of QQQ POC. Tiny cycle, tiny ass cycles. And POC rejection trend at 1240. So probably best to watch unless someone knows something. Because QQQ wants to go higher, and then SPY wants to go to the 4 p.m. close. Looks like volume back deep, behind bearish side now, and the bulls are pushing into 1245 possibility. Chopping in here. We're chopping it here. It's interesting. The range that we're playing with today, 638 HOD, 636.35, 636.5. It's literally a $2 range, $2.50. Not that much. Not that much. Welcome, Luis. For people that are here for the first time, what we do on this live stream is find the wind direction so that we could print using the trend. And then we also use pivot points to find the LOD and the HOD so that we could risk manage and risk analyze way better than other people. And we also put a very, very big importance on the previous day 4 p.m. close and 9:30 a.m. levels because they are used more likely than not. Most days than not, they are used as a test, retest, breakout, fake out level that the market loves. Okay, time is 12:45. Looks like we're going lower into somewhere here, but like, you know what I mean? Like, it looks like does not mean we're gonna do it. But if 12:35 low breaks, we're guaranteed doing it. But like, if that doesn't break, we're still in a bullish cycle since 12:35, right? Cycle and time confirmation tells us, candles tells us, so we'll see what happens. But there's two possibilities here. Time is 12:45, so either this will drop lower and then we'll have some sort of game below this, right, at 12:45, or this will bounce right now into 12:45 and then we'll have some sort of game at 12:45, if that makes sense. We will find out. We will find out. Time is 12:45, so in the next 2 minutes, in 12:45, 12:46, 12:47 candles, this low will break or it will hold. Okay, it broke, right? So now we're going lower into 12:45 on SPY. QQQ is not. So we're going lower. This is lower. This is lower. This is the target. This is the target destination. Now it's dangerous to be in shorts. This is the target destination, but you know what I'm saying? Like this is how people print. Yep. But somewhere here, I could see a bounce because what if we barcode here, right? This is why I say leave in big ass red candles because if it bounces here, 1245, it means 1245 bounce trying into 1250. It's not bouncing. But I'm just saying now we're below this 4 p.m. previous day level, right? This was the target destination for me. That would have been a crazy print, but like I just didn't do it. I just wanted to be a little bit safe because I'm up decent amount today. So yeah, I'm just taking it slow. And I'm just saying like this, like yeah, we could barcode here. Yeah, we could go lower, sure, but like we could barcode here. But the moment this candle broke, what did I say? We're going lower into 1245, right? I did not expect that. I did not expect that, right? I just expected QQQ to break that shit too, which it did now. And there you go. There you have it. This is the real direction since 1220. This is the real direction since 1220 for now. We could have bounced at 1235, but we didn't. We broke that low and I called out we're going lower into 1245. We're going lower still into 1245 and time is 1245. So let's see if we barcode here or not. But that is a crazy payout. That candle is crazy payout. That ass. That's like the same thing as shorting earlier. That crazy short. Yeah. Real said I took a put and made 40%. Oh my god. Wow. That's crazy. I believe it because that's literally 1, 2, 3 minutes. Like previous say 4 p.m. level breaking like that, bro. People are gonna go in puts like crazy. You know what I mean? People are gonna go in puts like crazy. I don't know if it's gonna go lower than this. Honestly, I feel like it's gonna go. You know, I feel like it's smart to do a call, but then what if you go call here and it shreds down and you get completely destroyed? So I don't want to do that either. Time is 12:50. Holy shit, they're selling crazy. 12:50. They're selling crazy, man. We're just gonna explain something though. This is the midpoint at 11:30, right? This is the roof at 11:55. This is the roof at 12:20, right? This is the midpoint at 12:35. This is the midpoint at 12:40, right? What is this at 12:50? This is the floor. You know what I'm saying? This is the floor. So the market changing, what it shows people at different times, will like super fast and super deadly if you get it wrong. QQQ, that is crazy actually, bro. What the I expected some sort of a bounce at 12:45. I expected some sort of a bounce at 12:45, but now this is crazy extended. Crazy selling. Because this was the right direction, and then now maybe people are chasing and getting, you know, maybe might get hurt, but like even here it wasn't chasing. Even here it wasn't chasing. It was the real direction. Sorry. Damn. People said they went and puts and printed 40%, 50%. Crazy shit. Since 12:40. So literally in 7 minutes and 5 minutes. 0 DTs. They sold like 80 cents, 70 cents in 5 minutes. Or 10 minutes, sorry. Wow. At 12:45, that should cut through. So even going short here was the play, but I just was scared. I didn't want to lose my money, to be honest. I'm up, so. What a day. We're in a downward channeling trend line, right? Downward trend line. QQQ is not really. QQQ is more bullish, but than SPY because it's above the 930 level. SPY 930 level is way up here. SPY is more bearish than QQQ. Go Flex it. Can you explain the reason behind why you're using the 5-minute moves? I've seen people trade the 15-minute, but not the 5-minute. This is new. Okay, so we're gonna go look at SPX, and we're gonna change the 1-minute candle to the 5-minute candle, right? The low, you see the low of the 12, 11, 20 candle, right? Right. The low of the 11:20 candle is 11:20 a.m. 11:20 a.m. Right? The low of the 12:10 candle, this candle right here on the 5-minute candle, right? 6,390 represents what? 12:11 a.m. not 12:10. Okay? The rejection at 11:15, right? What candle does that represent on the SPY chart? It shows up as 11:16 a.m. If you look at that on the 5-minute candle, it shows up as 11:15 a.m. So what's going on right now, right, is if you look at the 5-minute candle with the 1-minute candle, you're kind of looking into the past, you're kind of looking into the future by comparing the 1-minute candle to the 5-minute candle, the top and bottom of the 5-minute candle, to deduct. You get what I'm saying? So the moment 11:16 breaks higher, or the moment, you know what I'm saying? Like 9:56 a.m. we bounced and we went higher. On SPY that shows up as 9:55 a.m. 9:56 a.m. push. The rejection at 9:45 shows up on SPY as 9:46 a.m. If you think about it psychologically, what's going on is people are looking at the 1-minute candle and they're getting trapped and they're getting confused, they're getting euphoric, they're getting scared, and they're just getting confused. But what's going on is if you look at the 1-minute candle in relation to the 5-minute candle, you can just calm yourself down. You can compare the chart with what's going on live. So we'll do it right now together, okay? If you look at the 5-minute candle, right? The low of 1245 broke. The low of 1245, what candle is that? The low of 1245 for me shows up as 1248. But mathematically speaking, it's like 1246, right? You see how right now it's 1253. This is lower, right? This candle would show up as 1255. If we continue lower, right? This like now. But if we bounce right here, right? I mean, yeah, you will get this shit the more you practice it. But like I'm literally telling you, right? We peaked on SPY at 1222, right? 1222. The top of the 1222 candle is 1220 on SPX. So what's happening is when people are looking at 1220 and they see a big green, they're like, "Oh wow, we're bullish. We're gonna run into 1225," but then they reject that at 1222, signifying a 1220 rejection. So 2 minutes before, I mean 2 minutes after 1220 into 1225 and blah 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 blah, and I can just go on and on and on about many things like this. Like you see 1117, or you see 1101, or you see 1023 representing 1025 or some weird shit. But basically the 1-minute candle represents 5-minute candles. So right now we just bounced at 1253, right? If this bounce holds, it would show up as a 1255 bounce in 20 seconds. It would. We'll see. Okay? So if the 1253 low breaks and we go lower into 1255, the 1250 low on the 5-minute candle would break, right, into 1255, correct? But if that holds, if the 1-minute candle holds right here, and let's say we bounce at 1255 right now, you do see this shit right now, right? You guys see this shit or no? Do you guys see this shit? Like, you see how it's holding? This is what I'm saying. I did this for 2 years or a year and a half. Like, you just practice, 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 practice. And you just get to see the 1-minute candle in relation to the 5-minute candle so that you could deduct if the floor is holding, if the floor is not holding, to see, where the roof is, right? Let's say the wind was north from pre-market to 10:15 a.m., right? The wind was south from 10:15 to, time is 11:20, right? And what happened at 11:20? The floor is holding, right? So the wind is what? The wind is either north or neutral until the candles, right, go up and break the roof, or the candles what? Stay in between the two pivot points, option 2, right? Or option 3, we break the floor. But until it happens, it doesn't happen. You get what I'm saying here? Is the reason why we draw these arrows the way we do it. But if, let's say the market, right, deducts, the market breaks the floor, what happens? This pivot point is fake, right? And we continuously go lower. Oh my god, I can't. Does that kind of make sense or no? Cap said it's like looking into the future by 2 minutes, question mark. Depending on the situation, yes. Like right now, we bounced at what? 1253, right? This represents a what? 1255 bounce. What happens? Let's say you're in puts right now at 1253, right? And let's say there's a 1255 bounce. If you're in puts down here at 1253 for the 1255 bounce, what actually happens by 1255? You're trapped. You're getting drained. You get what I'm saying? This is what I mean by the market perfectly uses time to like make you not notice what's going on, to make you not notice that we bounced at 1255, actually at 1253, but you as somebody that has in 1, 2, 3k whatever money in, is just you just see your money go up and down and you're just like, damn, it's going against me or it's going for me, you know what I mean? But like that's literally what I mean by like the cycle and just the way the contract, the way your money moves up and the way it's like designed like this, the way the candles are moving like this is just perfectly designed to just psychologically do that to you, if that makes sense. So you gotta like psychologically think about that and become a system yourself to think about that constantly, right? Is why I get such good exits and such good entries because I'm literally looking at the time. I'm looking at 1253 and I'm like, oh wow, 1253 bounced. That represents a 1255 bounce, guys. I literally say in my WhatsApp group at 1253 that we bounced at 1253 into, or I mean, you know what I mean, 1255 bounce. That shows up on the 5-minute candles, right? 1250 is lower than 1255 for some, yeah, but you get what I'm saying. It doesn't usually do this, but yeah, 1250 because it's counting 1247 and 1252 as like a combination low. But like yeah, this shit just works. It just works. And this shit allows you to basically not hope on the roof, and it basically allows you to not hope on the floor. Is why I constantly say when we're making money, right? Leave before the floor because they could revert it and trap everybody, or leave before the roof because they could trap and use everybody. It's 12:55 bounce into 1 p.m. The barcoding here. QQQ is going higher. SPY below previous say 4 p.m. close. Okay, so if you guys count the 12:53 as 12:55, how many minutes have we been bouncing right now? Let's say time is 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 minutes, right? From 12:53 into 1 p.m. We haven't been bouncing from 12:55 into 1 p.m. You would see 5 minutes of green candles, right? But what you literally see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes of green candles, right? So technically, right? You see this shit on SPY? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes of green candles, right? Since 12:53. This is literally what I mean by, the only way they could eat people's puts and calls is if they do this. Is if they literally just, yeah, SPY is going up, QQQ is going lower. SPY going up, QQQ going lower. Time is 1. So 12.55 bounce into 1, and now 1 is deciding what to do. The MACD volume bullish, not on QQQ. So long back to the previous 4 p.m. close. That's what I was waiting for, but looks like I missed it. And a red candle coming at 1. Time is 1:01, right? This represents 1 p.m. You get what I'm saying here? Time is 1:01. This represents 1 p.m. rejection. Look at QQQ. Look at QQQ. Holy shit. 1 p.m. rejection at 1:01. That's wild. Wild. That is a crazy flash. Crazy fast. Crazy flash candle. Rocketing fast now. Look at where we are. Previous 4 p.m. close. Luis says, do you announce your entries? Yeah, I type my entries in the WhatsApp group. I show my entries in the WhatsApp group for now. And people that are wanting to share also share in there. But yeah, when the channel grows and when people, are printing and they want to, trade with me, or they want to see exactly of how I'm trading, and I will show exactly of all my Robinhood trade and show screenshots. I might start like a very, very cheap alert system later down in the road, but yeah, as of now, I'm just growing my community, sharing, knowledge, sharing actual reality shit so that people aren't getting scammed for $1,000 a month and they're crying about why they're losing money, so that people can deduct themselves and then, they can make money. But for now, I'm literally just trying to share love, because the only reason why I know this shit is because I lost so much money over the years, and like over the last year and a half or a year, I literally have been literally crying every fucking day, and I just kept trying, and clearly I figured something out to the point that I could use it to, make money basically every day or every other day, like 4 out of 5, 5 out of, 4 out of 5, 3 out of 5 day green pretty decently, without taking heavy losses too, because you gotta risk analyze like crazy. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with where I'm at. I don't need to deviate anything. Man, let's go look at some other charts. Someone said, can you look at Baba real quick? Alibaba. Let's go look at Meta, Nvidia, and stuff like that. Alibaba looks like it's in like a Tesla style wedge, bro. People were saying Tesla is like bullish, but wow, it really was bullish after a morning sell from 316. Nvidia wedging all day. Wedging all day. At the top though. Google. Sell off and a recovery. Meta. Apple. Yeah, it's mixed. It's not really bullish. It's not really bearish. We're just at where we opened. We opened. We pumped up. We dumped down. We recovered. Oh, SPY's coming in hella. Damn. SPY's coming in hella bullish now. Yeah, the market literally ranging like crazy. Market is ranging here, because somewhere earlier here I was like, oh, I think we're gonna range, go up and down barcode, but like, yeah, they went down significantly, or maybe not significantly, but went down a decent amount. And then now trying to go back up to previous day 4 p.m. So some sort of barcode happening, a little bit bigger than what I thought would happen, or a little bit more energetic than what I thought would happen. But since 12:20 into 1, since 12:20 into 12:55, then 1 is down here, and 105 is already here. So the market is flying up and down. Market selling, market flying. Just at previous day 4 p.m. close now. I don't think that's a coincidence. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think that was a setup. That was the setup, and it is the setup still. He said, how did you get those numbers in white? You talking about the time? Because I literally just write them out. I used to not do this. I used to just mentally look at these 1 minute candles and just like, do it by myself in my head and then send screenshots. I got banned in Josh's group actually because I was helping out way too much and I was telling people the reality, bro. And I was like, oh, look at this, it's time confirmation cycle. And he literally made some more shit up and he banned me. He banned me after he made like a fake account DM him saying he lost money because of me or something. But like I was literally just telling people, to be careful and all that, and showing them like this chart shit. But Josh is literally, he doesn't want people to share people or anything, bro. He just wants to share his lies. So literally got kicked for that like 4 months ago, bro. And then now I've been sharing to whoever wants to learn and whoever is interested, and to my friends this time, because writing out the time like this allows you to practice way better, and you could see exactly how the market is painting a picture using cycle, using time, using MACD, environment, everything. This shit is so fun. It's interesting, and it's literally great. Like, God bless America. I say that shit every day, like God bless America, because literally, this is amazing, man. The fact that we could do this, we have the power in ourselves to do this. Damn, SPY looking bearish after it looked super bullish off that, so crazy. In my personal experience, I would expect it to maybe range to the bottom of that crazy candle and then come back up, but like I'm not even gonna say that. MACD bullish on SPY, EQ looking bearish a little bit. Time is 1:10. The 5-minute MACD says a wild picture. It really does say a wild picture. And the environment says we're in like a downward trend line, right? On SPY, but yeah, maybe we get like a completion at the end of the day, and then we see like some sort of dump at Lotto time, but like I don't know. That's it's speculation as well. That's not a deduction. I'm just saying. We are basically at the midpoint. I'm just saying that because we're below the 4 p.m. close. It just looks like that visually, but yeah, it doesn't have to do that. Does not have to do that. Today is Monday. Friday closed green, so we have a gentleman or friend here that is really good at futures, and he has found that over the weekend, when Friday closes like red, Monday should close red. When Friday closes green, Monday should close green. Like statistically speaking, it's like 20 or something out of 26 times, but yeah, that is a high probability. High, you know, fraction, the not. But the market also does use that. The market makers also does use that to trick people. Like let's say Friday's green and the people are expecting Monday to be green and they just dump on them or something. Or like, they're expecting Friday to be green and then they go green, red, barely using that previously 4 p.m. So that's also a possibility. SPY, that's what SPY is doing right now actually. SPY is like green, red, right? So yeah, we were green at 12:20, we were green at 11:50, and now we're red because we're below the previous day 4 p.m. level. So that's the game for today. QQQ is green. QQQ is way above. He said, "Wait, are you Hirsch?" No, I'm not Hirsch. I know Hirsch though. Mimi and Hirsch was like my biggest. They were my biggest frenemies when I was in the group. But yeah, life is funny. Life is funny. So 110 bounce. 110 bounce. Strong. On QQQ. 110 bounce. Previously 4 p.m. I said 1 p.m. bounce strong, and then now I typed that previous day 4 p.m. level, looking like trash. Uh, yeah, this is wild, wild. The trade in between this new candle at 102 and 105 is dangerous, I think. Time is 1:10. Thank you all for hitting the subscribe button. Holy crap, my subscriber count went up by 70 today, or 85, so that's crazy. But I appreciate you all for showing the love, and I will also show love back by sharing everything I know. Okay, I'm gonna post a lot of videos too going forward, but yeah, thank you all for being here. Everything that I learned here, right? Everything that I'm showing, I picked it up somewhere here and there, and then I, learned some things here and there. And there's some things that I know, like CPI, PPI, that I learned from other YouTubers, like Ariete Trading, that a lot of you guys follow too. Like some people know some other YouTubers too, but yeah. All I'm saying is there's a lot of people that share a lot of good experience and a lot of good like knowledge. It's just you gotta pick it up and you gotta remember it. That's the most important thing. When you struggle in life or when you go through life, that's like good, and you have a good moment. You have to remember it for the good or the bad, so that you could use it for the future. So that is the biggest thing that I will say, just to remember things. Because there were many days where I would wake up and I would be like, oh, I'm gonna remember to do this. Like today, I'm gonna remember to do this when I'm going long, or I'm gonna remember to do this when I'm short, or I'm gonna remember to not hold blah blah blah. And it's just like every day I would wake up and I would try, and it was literally the same. And for some reason, like nothing would literally work, or it feels like nothing was working, and it was just like you gotta mentally put in the effort every effing day, and you just remember that you're doing that, and then at some point or another, you're gonna look back and you're gonna be like, wow, like something changed a little bit. Maybe you're still on the journey, but something changed a little bit here and there to the degree that you're not exactly the same as you were, which is a good thing, because a man I know, or a man that I know in one of the YouTube videos that I watch as a motivation, said that in order for you to change, right, you basically gotta kill your old self, and you gotta like reset, and like I'm not saying that throw away everything that you know, but I'm just saying like you kind of have to like be open to look at things the way you never looked at it before, which is something that I took to heart. So I think that's like a big thing. Time is 1:15. The volume is not, well, it's coming in very bearish now on the candles, but MACD dying. Time is 1:15. Loki feel like I shouldn't chase, but yeah, they could barcode here, or they could go down lower on that. We will see. Time is 1:15, and it's deciding what to do into 1:20. Going slightly lower. Alright, but I don't feel like it's safe to chase because that was my deduction that they play around in this nuclear candle from 102 to 105. So maybe we see the low of this candle and then see some sort of a bounce. But wow, that is crazy. Okay, that is FOMO, but they're selling crazy. That is crazy selling. Power. 115 into 120 rejection hard. Going for the LOD possible. I'm going in 1K SPY puts right now. This is chase, full on chase, LOD hope, dangerous. LOD hope dangerous. Time is 1:17, so this could be best safe exit right now at 120. It really could be. Okay, I'm gonna leave. I'm out. Holy shit. 1 minute trade, baby! 1 minute trade! Holy crap, that is crazy bearish. What the f? Okay, yeah, LOD breaking, LOD breaking. At this point, LOD breaking off. LOD broke. LOD broke, wind is still south. Because I literally told you 40 minutes ago, right? That probably what's going on is they're gonna kill this shit off into close, right? But that's crazy, they did it now. I was waiting. I was waiting. When we saw the 5 minute candle, I said this is in a downward trend, right? And I said maybe we have a finale, continuation sell-off. But holy, that was it. 120 LOD. Crazy shit. That was almost perfect looking at the 5 minute though, because I thought they were gonna do it into Lotto. You guys heard me earlier? Like I don't know if you guys remember. But I literally said this isn't a downward trend. Maybe we get like a continuation or finale sell-off into LOD or something, or late. I mean into 334. But yeah, crazy. Time is 1:15. Wow. Wow. I'm gonna get a cup of water. I'll be back. Man, I only got a little bit of that, but that was still good. Hell of a print. Got people in our group saying they're out in the WhatsApp group. Nice. I think Shez, Paul in our WhatsApp group, they're like normal, they're regular members. They've been a part of our group for months now. They've been they've been stacking puts. They've been stacking puts. At 12:17, Paul said it's either gonna break LOD or keep burning call premiums and go sideways, but I want LOD because puts are real cheap. He's been saying this shit like an hour ago too, bro. Let me go up. He said inputs once it broke POC sold 50% at 12.50. So yeah, I'm telling you, bro. People have been going crazy. Paul puts now 27 cents at 12.52. 12.52 is way up here at 12.52. Shed says yup, bought more at 12.36. So sorry, they said this shit at 12:30. So the first confirmation short, and we were confirming to go lower. They were DCAing puts. DCAing puts at 12:30. So one hell of a job and one hell of a day. SPY QQQ is bouncing at 120, right? SPY made a LOD into 120. Bounce trying. Sorry, bouncing at 120 or 118. Bouncing on QQQ at 118 for now. Damn. That is a huge sell. Bro, I joined and I left immediately. I joined and I left immediately at 12:18. I joined and left immediately on that candle switch, but like literally in that candle they went down crazy. They went down crazy and broke LOD. So whoever was holding for that 40 seconds or some shit got paid crazy, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if you were able to leave because of algo speed, but like yeah, crazy spike. Crazy spike. Time is 1:25 almost. Man. This is 120. Up here, not 125. Man, that is one hell of a cycle. That is one hell of a nice day. Literally, nice print going down, nice print going up, nice print going down. Literally. Because at a certain point, the market was saying, we're going. At a certain point, the market was saying, we're going. And yeah. I did not play this part. I didn't think it was gonna go long, but like I thought it was gonna go down and then bounce, to be honest. But like the moment that shit broke at 117, you know what I mean? That's guaranteed move. That's guaranteed move. The moment that shit broke at 117. Time is 125. 125 is down here. So 120 bounce into 125. Let's see what happens. Until the low of the 118 candle breaks, I would not go into puts here. But you know what I mean? Like they could, yeah, they could break it and then not. So the risk is there. However, the wind is south. The wind is south on QQQ. The wind is south on SPY because the arrows, the wind direction. This is the wind direction, right? Is telling us the wind is south from 10:10 to 11:20, but the wind is north or neutral until it's not, right? And the market is saying it's not trying, right? And QQQ is going lower to the floor, and SPY is already at the floor. So this could go a bit lower into somewhere here, and then we get a divergence clear, or we trap on divergence. That's a possibility too. But just have max focus here is what I would say at the moment, instead of being max euphoria or max fear. Just max focus on the most important shit, which is cycle and time confirmation, telling us the wind direction, the south. Wind is south still. The risk is there crazy though because we're literally at the floor. The risk is there. SPY is breaking down crazy into 125. But this is what we're talking about. Breakdown and then they trap on everybody. Is a possibility. Is a possibility. Or we just sell off and then break the LOD and clear it. It's a crazy talk, but yeah, there's a lot of bears here. That is true. So south. It's so bearish. Don't even know what happened to the market. The market doesn't even know what happened to the market. But people that deducted know. QQQ is going further south, looks like. There's a possibility that QQQ goes lower and then SPY does not, using time for we don't even break that LOD on QQQ. That's a possibility as well, yeah. What a sell. That put me up to 1K now. It's a lot of up and down, right? 5 minutes up, down, 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 up, down. But like, yeah, it's literally how they get both sides. People have very, very hard time deducting and getting the move right. But it's very, very confusing, honestly. It's not like QQQ and SPY divergent like this too. QQQ is like really green today, and SPY is now red. So time is 1:30. 125 bounce into 130. This could be a good long or not. Can't really say because QQQ 125 is higher than 120. SPY 125 went lower than 120. That means there's more bears, right? That means there's more bears. Not on QQQ, but on SPY that means there's more bears to eat. But if the wind direction is truly south on QQQ and we break this LOD on 1120, then it doesn't even matter if people entered here or here. They're going to get relieved into the end of the day. But we really need to just see, because there's so much difference right now on SPY and QQQ that nothing's really certain. To say right here, right, it's bearish or it's bullish is to literally speculate. How do I know? You know what I'm saying? All I literally know is that this is being built like this. All I know is that this is being built like this. Time is 1:30. That's the, being built like that, and that's the setup. So all I can literally do here is just wait into 135, 140, and then the moment I see the shit I see, I go, right? Looking like some sort of shit like this, but like that's a crazy, crazy, man. QQQ more bearish than SPY. Look at the 5 minute. 5 minute MACD coming in bearish. So we could see it on QQQ. Let's see SPY. SPY minute. SPY looking bearish as well, but yeah, SPY looks more bearish on the 5 minute chart than QQQ. That's also interesting. If this breaks off, then I'll go in, but like until then, that's hoping. Until anything is hoping. Literally, there's no point in going in. 125 low stands for until the low of that candle breaks. All puts, all bears are gonna get destroyed in this cycle. Until the low of the 120 candle breaks, all puts, all bears are gonna get crushed. Or they're gonna get destroyed. Is how I look at it. Is how you have to look at it, so that you never get trapped. So that you literally going long too. Just say, let's make a peak, and then if at 125, 130 we don't break the top of the 120 candle, then I leave. I have to leave, or I'm gonna get crushed. Same shit. Okay. Now going long into 1 1:30 time is only, so yeah, cycles are crazy tight. Even though this looked nice, that's hope. Literally hope. For 20 seconds, for a minute, whatever. So, just to wait patiently. Patiently wait. That would have been dangerous. Right, the candles are saying, oh yeah, we're gonna go break it in 1 minute, but literally, that would only happen if this breaks, but it will not. And QQQ bouncing thick. 130 bounce thick. And now there's a divergence on the roof and on the floor again. QQQ LOD at 11:20 a.m. SPY LOD at 1:25 p.m. The divergence is probably there to trick people, confuse people. And QQQ going long. 5-minute volume dying bearish out of nowhere. 5-minute volume dying literally on that push out of nowhere. A little bit of a barcode at the end now. Time is 1:35. So 1:35. So 1:30 push into 1:35. Man, nobody knows what's gonna happen now. I bet. Spot QQQ is at the midpoint of a huge wedge right now. Of a huge wedge. Of an insanely big wedge. Whoops. So QQQ playing in this range. Going up, going down. SPY is in like a downward trend, right? So something like this is fair to draw. And then down here as well, but I'm not going to do it. Unless SPY runs up crazy. Time is 1:35. The MACD volume is coming in bullish on the 1-minute candle. The 5-minute looks kind of sussed out though. I don't want to go long on that per se. But this is a possibility. Is a possibility. Wow, SPY's going. Time is 1:35. The volume is nice on QQQ. The volume is nice on SPY. It's not as high as it was the last 2 times, but it's growing. It is growing. It's missing like 1/3 of the power. It's missing like 1/3 of the power from earlier. There are 160 people here, guys. If you guys could all hit the sub button, thank you all very, very much for your help. Time is 1:35 p.m. EST. There's 2 hours left until Robinhood close at 3:30. Market is at 636.7 for SPY. $1 below where we opened. Basically where we opened on QQQ. 6567.9. 568. Time is 1:40 already. It's the difference between QQQ and SPY right now. 135 possible rejection into 140. The MACD is still bullish. There's no shorting here though, because literally every single cycle says no confirmation, no cycle. Because one cycle and they're going up and up and up. The best shorts today, right? The best shorts ever are the shorts with the confirmation bounces that fail and you short, right? Case in point, 10:15, case in point, 11:15, case in point, 1:15. You guys all see that shit? 10:15, 11:15, 1:15, right? Those are all confirmations to short. Before that, there were confirmations to go long, like 11:30 holding, or like 125 holding on QQQ like that. You know what I'm saying? There are confirmations. What 940 holding floor, 130, yeah. Confirmations to short, confirmations to go long are the best. Before that, you just get spike candles like this. You either leave or you get crushed. You get the move right or you don't. But if you confirm and wait and then you go the right direction, you literally get free money for like a minute or two at the minimum. But like it's like 40%, 30% free money. So this might be the confirmation to short, but tiny cycle. It's 135 rejection. Yeah, this is confirmation to short. We just missed it. We're talking too much. Confirmation to short into 140, but like time is already 140. But the moment that candle did that, basically saying small cycle. The MACD is super bullish on the 1 minute candle, so we'll see what happens here. But small cycle. $140 rejection from 135 into 140, bounce at 140. So this is still one cycle, no confirmation. Short candles are saying from 135 into 140 went lower. That was a small cycle confirmation, but 135, 140, and 145 bouncing could be higher than 135, is higher than 135, so yeah, some sort of a trap going on. Some sort of a trap going on with time and cycle. Time is 1:42. So cycles are saying we're going higher every 5 minutes. The cycles are saying do not short. Let's see if that holds. Stair stepping up slowly but surely. A 5-minute MACD says we are dying. A 5-minute MACD says we're bullish on QQQ. So the possibility is there. Would need some sort of a squeeze though to run up. Run up somewhere here. Somewhere here. Where that ghost candle came in earlier at 102, 105. Time is 1:45. Time is 1:45. Time is 1:45. If this goes lower, I would be surprised because this is basically no confirmation shorting, but like maybe they get people like that surprised. I don't know. QQQ gapping down 1 minute now. This could fill now. Filling already. You got to be careful with the 1 minute gaps because when they gap down, they could leave that open, and when they gap up, they leave that open when we're at all-time highs. More likely than not. So they did that on Friday. They gapped up, and then they left it, and they closed it into close. Yeah, gap ups are used for theta, basically options. Time is 1:40. 1:45 is down here. We are getting a bounce at 1:45. It's a bounce at 1:45. This might be a long, short term. Yep, that was a long into 1:45 itself on SPY. Because the low of the 140 not breaking like that, this is a bullish trend, a tiny ass bullish cycle since 120 for 25 minutes. QQQ is now squeezing. See, look at that, squeeze up to 145. Maybe that was free money, but like that's like pennies. Unless somebody went long at 140 or like at the bottom of the 144 candle, that was a nice long, but like gotta be able to catch that. The cycles are saying do not short though. The cycles are saying it is not a short yet. The cycles are saying it is still upward, but like chopping upwards. It's a 5-minute chopping upwards. Chopping in between every single EMA on QQQ. Let's see where SPY POC is at. SPY POC is all the way up there. And SPY just gap down 1 minute. Now we have a 1 minute candle gap coming. Gap filling or what? 13 seconds. It might fill it in this candle. Gap filled. If they left that gap and they went, I probably would have went. Yeah, nothing. 150. 145, 150. Super tight cycles on QQQ as well. 1045 into 145 into 150 and 150. Yeah. Small cycle. QQQ is going higher and SPY is going lower. Look, there's a difference between QQQ and SPY, right? One of them is making a confirmation to do something. Whether it's QQQ confirming to go higher or SPY confirming to go lower, the other one's going to follow them. Smaller cycle. 140's up here. 150's over here. QQQ gap down 1 minute. Okay, I'm going to short. Small. Time is 150, so it's not even good shorting, but yeah. I'm in for $750. Holy shit. I'm up crazy. I'm up like 4 cents now. 0 DTs. Alright, I'm out. Good spike. Let's fucking go! Wow. It's only like $50, but like still, I just went from 76 cents to 81 cents. Ten contracts. QQQ gap down, and now they might gap fill here. Time is 150. If this goes lower, maybe that gap fill is a play, but they might not right now. Same thing going up, gapping up, and we hold it, right? We could not gap fill it right now. Or we could. We might or might not. That was so fast. At 145, this shit was 45 cents. No, sorry, 59 cents. At 145. Shit. At 145, it was 60 cents, and now it's at 80 cents. So that shit moves crazy fast. In 5 minutes, right? In 5 minutes. Crazy shit. Now it's at 85. No way. Wild. 6 minute push on QQQ, wild and like crazy. They gapping down again, like crazy. This shit's gonna fill now probably. Yeah. Gap filled. Time is 150. So look how wild the market. What did I say, guys? I literally told you, right? SPY is confirming to go lower. QQQ is confirming to go higher. I said either QQQ is gonna run, SPY is gonna catch up, or SPY is gonna run down and QQQ is gonna catch up, right? Look at that shit. Look at that shit. That's what the fuck we mean by, the market confuses the hell out of people, and then at one point or another, they both go in the same direction for a short period of time. You know what I'm saying? For a short period of time. But that is crazy. Crazy example of that shit right there. That, I think, is going to fill later. Or it might fill now, but yeah, we'll see. Time is 150. This is basically gapping down, and sell power is so strong, it's holding. Just like when yesterday, on Friday, we were going up. We gapped up, and we were holding that for like 2 hours. We were holding that since like 120 until like 3 or some shit, and then we dropped at 3:30 into 4. Time is 155. That shit was so fast though. It was literally so fast. I joined the moment that shit happened. I literally left. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this shit is to let people leave. This shit is to let people leave. And then maybe gap fill coming. Two chasers. But yeah, we'll see. Super fast. We are in the wedge. It's playing around like crazy. It's crushing this now. It's crushing this. We're back at the floor in SPY. Right? We're back on the floor in SPY. Bigger picture. And then QQQ is still at the midpoint. QQQ is basically still at the midpoint at 930, which is crazy. So SPY bearish, QQQ neutral. For now. This is weird. SPY is bearish and QQQ is neutral. Going down. Still. Time is 155. So 150 rejection at 149. 150 rejection at 149, right? Crazy. Wow, dude, look at the puts going. Like, what the fuck? It just went from 60 cents to 90 cents in 10 minutes. What the That's 50% in 10 minutes. What the Okay, now it's strapping back down. Yeah, come on, just normalize a little bit. Zero DTs are crazy. Like, they're moving a lot right now for them to move 50%. Man, time is 155. The low of the 125 candle is not breaking. So do we get some sort of bounce here, or is the MACD bearish and it's gonna break the floor? And we will see. And QQQ is not bearish though. And SPY is just doing that shit. QQQ is holding all these candles. Look at that. Isn't that weird? 120 holding, 125 holding, 155 is higher. 120 did not break, 125 holding. The LOD. So maybe they're showing hope to crush into the floor, or I don't know, but QQQ is showing that we're holding for now. Time is 1:55. What do you mean by indicator? What are you guys talking about? Like the lines or the time? Or you talking about the circle? Time is 2 p.m. We went lower into 2. We did not go lower into 2 on SPY. Possible long is coming. Off of 2. There's a little bit of a divergence. They may cycle up and kill these bears now. And gap fill that QQQ gap up there. What? That would be way too easy. The MACD just getting killed after being used. Bullish, killed. Bearish, killed. Bearish. Still. Wow. Wow, we really about to go break the floor like that? Really? Man. Oh, the circle? I just, I basically refresh it as I go. I call it, BESTSPY live trading indicator. No, I'm kidding. I call it pivot point analysis. It's basically the pivot point. When we are here, right? The market's gonna very fast break it, or it's gonna, or we broke it. LOD, 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 LOD. Bears are here. Bears are here big time. I'm gonna go and SPY right now. $700 puts. I'm in. Hopefully, I'm out in one candle. Time is 2. That is crazy. That is crazy. Just give me one flash and I'm out. Maybe there's a shit ton of bears right now. Not moving. Oh my god. Just give me one nice red. Come on, baby girl. Oh my god, that is crazy. No, I'm in puts right now, baby. The wind is south. Time is 2. Bounce trying at 2. That's a crazy candle coming too. Okay, I'm out. I don't care. $1.05 to $1. I don't care. I'm out. I am out. Tiny, tiny money. I took no loss on that basically, but yeah, I don't care. I'm not holding that shit. Time is 2. Floor broke. Most likely, we're going to go a little bit lower. Most likely, this horizontal support is going to break on QQQ, but I ain't getting reverted on and losing my profit that I made today. QQQ is going easily. QQQ is going easily now. And SPY, man, look at this shit. Look at the entire day wedge that I drew earlier, man. Time is 2 p.m. SPY is bugging. SPY might not go lower, guys, because I think everybody's buying puts on SPY right now, but like QQQ might go without SPY. And then meet up at the same time and then break LOD at the same. It's already broken on SPY, but yeah. That is crazy on SPY how that just happened. And look at QQQ and look at SPY. They're wildin'. They're fucking wildin'. And now they're going. They're wildin' at the different times. Time is 2:01. I don't want to hold that, but yeah, it's like a $30, $40 loss. I don't care. I don't care. I'm just gonna watch here. These moves are very fast. I'm not even playing with big money right now, so there's no point in me chasing anyway. But basically, the wind is saying south from 10:15 on SPY. The wind is saying we're still in between the two pivot points. 10:10 HOD, 11:20 LOD on QQQ. We just broke down below the wedge and we just came back up. So this is a breakdown fake out, right? Should be a bear trap, technically speaking. But SPY is so bearish and QQQ is bear trapping. Okay, here comes the bear trap. They were just allowing them to go in puts, looks like. Let's see. These candles are wildin' though. I don't know. There's no building. They have no power. And the wind is so south, man. They have no power, guys. This is what I see. I'm not gonna go in, but wind is so south right now. Time is 2. They just gap down 1 minute. That's probably gonna fill. But there's also a gap up here. Time is 2:05. LOD is 2:05 now, not 2. Market is wildin'. They're selling. They're wilding selling. I don't know why they're wilding selling, but they're selling wilding. Time is 2:05. Maybe a safe exit from 2 coming up. Holy shit. Wow. Dude, this might be destination. 6:35.26 coming up, guys. 6:35.26 coming up. I'm not gonna front. This is super bearish. Crazy. That shit just went to $870, bro. The shit that I bought for $700 is at $860 now. That is disgusting. That is fucking disgusting in 4 minutes. Man, that is so fucked. That would have put me ahead by like a couple of. That would have put me ahead by like a decent amount. Like shit. Puts going crazy into 205 past 2 now. That's hope though, bro. 6:35.26 is straight up hope. That's Lotto, but like yeah, they could do it. But I mean, this is a lot of bears. It's crazy selling. QQQ is crazy selling now too. I mean, not QQQ is not crazy selling. I don't know. This is weird. This is weird. Not going lower than 6567.5. But SPY is selling off that wedge. SPY is selling off like a knife right now, right? SPY is selling off. You know why I say that line? Look at this shit, right? If I draw this trend line, which I said I don't want to, right? That's literally somewhere there. Like that is crazy talk, but I'm just saying. Holy shit. Okay. I'm going in for SPY. I'm in for $800. Man, this is crazy. 205 is actually down here. Now this is complete LOD hope on QQQ. We'll see. This could bounce, kill all the puts down here, but like, man, that is crazy bearish. This is crazy bearish. Look at this shit. This is not normal. Look at the MACD. That is not normal. I would not be surprised if we get one more 5-minute candle like that. Let's see into 210. That's a huge bounce on 0DT still. LOD hope. LOD hope. Bounce into 210 trying. Time is 210. Ooh, I just chased into a nuclear red candle at the floor. That is breaking like 14 rules at the same time. Yo. Yeah. Possibility that trap everybody. QQQ is doing it. It's trapping everybody. Because the floor is not breaking. This floor is holding at 205, right? So we'll have an answer in 6 minutes, I think, into 210. Either it's going to trap everybody and run, or it's going to touch this LOD, not LOD, 930 open. Doesn't have to. I'm just saying, using the MACD and volume. Man, now I'm kind of stuck though from the bottom. I really need this thing to turn around in literally 6 minutes. This is like a make or break, you know what I'm saying? Make or break for bears, make or break for bulls right now. There's a shit ton of bears trapped, I think, down here. That nuclear candle down. Unnatural movement. But this could literally be used to run up, or it's hovering and then it's gonna finale down. We'll have an answer in 6 minutes. That's the reality, folks. You're within. Time is 2:10. 8 seconds candle closes. Man. Bears are not trying. The bears are trying. The bears are trying. The bears are trying. Please try. Come on. Just do it. Just one time. I'll even leave at 720 or some shit, cause like the data killed me. The cycle killing me at the bottom. Man, this shit got spiked so fast and much when I bought in. This is floor hope. Straight up floor hope. Oh, this might grow into something painful if I don't leave now. I'm already down $170 or some shit. Oh, what's up? Bro, I know you. I've been chatting with you for like years or some shit over that. Time is 2:10. MACD is dying bearish. A bounce is possible, but the 5-minute volume and MACD is bearish. What if we don't do it now? We could do it at 3:30 and 4. If the true destination is down there, we could just cycle here, kill off the puts, and then do it later. Because calls are already puts, or calls are already toasted, so I think it's time for me to leave. Time is 2:15. QQQ is continuously bouncing on the 1-minute candle. That sucks. Alright, I left. I got $200 loss. Yeah, that's what happens when you chase thinking, oh yeah, I don't care about floor break, I don't care about LOD hope, and then they literally just LOD hope your ass. Not on SPY, right? This is straight up technical analysis hoping too, but yeah, but this is literally a floor hope. LOD hope, 205 bouncing into 215, capping up on the 1-minute candle. There's a gap up there too, so could burn everybody somehow. This gap up here could not fill as well. Well, I mean, there is a gap above and below. Let's go look at the SPX chart. Gap down, gap filled. There's no gap anywhere else. It's horrendous. So I was just watching it go lower, didn't go, watching it go lower, didn't go, and then I literally went at the lowest of the lowest. That's literally dumb. Time is 2:15. But the market is a dangerous place. Cannot be literally just being like, oh, yep. Because, yep, they get you. The put spiked crazy, and now it's coming down crazy. Calls getting calls are getting some sort of their money back a little bit. QQQ gapped up into 215. 215. Time is Since 205, the MACD volume died, turned bullish into 215, so in 10 minutes. Slight rejection coming. Slight rejection coming. And it's using this line too. You see this? There's a wedge. It broke down this wedge, and they're using the wedge that we broke down, the big day wedge somehow. Time is 2:20. Time is 2:20. MACD volume is coming in bullish. We are leaving a QQQ gap from 213, and there is a gap above. So this is a breakdown below the wedge, and then coming back to the wedge. This is just a bear trap now since 205. So for 15 minutes, bear trap. 15 minutes, bear trap. At the minimum for now. The game now is this little wedge trend line as well as the gap at 150 to 15. Oh, this is gonna gap fill and then maybe some sort of game coming. But this might not gap fill either. Alright, there's a lot of hope everywhere. This gap fill is hope. This gap is hope. So you know what I'm saying? Like both sides are hoping. One side's gonna get it right, sure, but you know what I mean? Both like that. There's more factors a market puts in for people to hope on. Divergences on the roof, divergences on the floor, whatever it is, whatever it is. There's more things the market makes people to hope on. Get 220 rejection at 217. 220 rejection at 217. Into 220. That's another gap down, possibly. The 220 rejection into 225 or 220. 220 gap filled, right? So now possible long or continuously go lower. We do not know. This is basically the play from 220 into 220 itself. Now what? Okay, gap below filled. Now there's a gap above here, gap below filled. Now let's see what happens on this wedge trend line. Time is 2:20 itself. Candles are coming in. Big red. Some sort of bounce here, or we decide at 220 to go lower into 225, and then we'll figure it out at 225. Lightning candles are possible. This gap filled, so maybe some people are going long to gap fill up here. Well, I need some sort of confirmation. Maybe if we break out above this. I don't know if that's a gap or not. It looks like a gap to me. But consecutive candles coming in red. MACD is dying. And look at that. That is crazy. That is crazy, guys. Like fundamental analysis or whatever analysis you want to call this. Wow. For real. Huh? For real. Time is 2:25 and 25 seconds. It's 220 push to 225 looks like if this holds for 10 seconds. Ah. Let's go look at some big names. Somebody in chat said Nvidia is going to pull back on Nvidia at 175 after running. Apple at 213. Tesla at 327. Wow. What happened to Tesla? Just literally bullish after what? Guess a news push or something. Google. Bearish push today. But a bounce since 12:35 somewhere. Meta just selling off. Okay. So maybe that's why SPY is so bearish. Meta is selling today like a knife. Meta looks like a knife and SPY looks like a knife. Right? It's the only thing that looks like SPY right now for some reason. Look at this shit. 11:20, 125 right now. 2. So this is definitely Meta or some weird. Whoa. My chart. $225. There's 2 gaps above now. We're hovering near the floor. 225. SPY looking bearish. SPY just pushing down every candle. So 5-minute maybe helping. QQQ bounce coming. 225. SPY bouncing at 225. Let's see if it really bounces at 225. It's the problem with being at all-time high though. Like the moment some big name pulls back, like the whole market pulling back. The moment, yeah, like some big name like pops up, the whole market goes up. Sure, but like we're literally sitting at all-time high. Like we have one big name pulling back, like SPY, like Meta. That's it, and it looks like this. And Nvidia too, he said. But yeah, just look. Okay, but Nvidia is 130. So maybe they are pulling back at the same time now. 145 has started doing that. So yeah, everything. They show us that. Time is 2:30. The MACD is coming alive, bullish on the 1 minute candle. $225 to 230 trying. Damn, they made me leave at the top at 213. I left somewhere here, but still. 5 minute chart says SPY says it was more bearish than QQQ, and then at 210 the bearish MACD is slowly being turned off. Slowly, but it is being turned off. QQQ since 205. Since 205 actually together. So we'll see. Nice barcode by going up. Nice barcode on QQQ. Time is 2:29, so 2:30 itself is here. Looks like SPY gapped up 1 minute by 2 cents. Minuscule, but yeah, there's gaps now. Above and below. Gap above here. Gap is being filled now. Trying. Gap is filled. One of them. Gap filled above. Now there's one gap above here at 150. One gap below here at 230. The market is using it for structure right now, looks like. And that was a nice call run though for like 2-3 minutes. Nice call run at SPY. Since 225 into 230. 5 minute cycle. But yeah. It's fast. Whatever is happening right now is super fast. Big ass red candle coming at 230. And look at that rejection with the gap above here. Deceiving gap fill. Technically, I'm gonna count this as gap fill, but yeah, I don't know. Could run back up, gap fill, SPY, MACD still bullish. The 5-minute candle says bearish MACD momentum has died off. At 2:30, we're making a decision. At 2:30, we're making a decision into 235 on QQQ. A little bit lower looking than SPY, but yeah, we're making a decision. SPY looks okay. So you're not gonna deduct through every single cycle if that's what you want, Sean. But yeah, I mean, I've got today every single one of the major moves right, so that's all I give a damn about. I got it right going up on this, got it right going down, got it right going down. I mean, I didn't ride the wave up, right? But I said, don't go into puts, and then somebody printed calls. I rode the wave down here, got out. Maybe I got trapped here. That was retarded of me to go here, but like, yeah, I mean, I was just watching it go. I was like, I'm not gonna go, I'm not gonna go, I'm not gonna go, right? But I could have. I could have easily printed, and I could have sat out and watched. But all I'm saying is, yeah, I don't sit there and be like, oh, bullish, 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 bearish, bearish, bearish. We're gonna go here, and then we're gonna go down here, and we're gonna bounce here and go here because of my experience, and yeah, because that's lies. I will sit here and tell you though what the market does, what the market doesn't do, what it shows you, what it doesn't, because that's literally the reality. But I literally tell you why, right? I'm saying the reason why, the bottom of this, top of that. Time is 2:35. Rejection from 2:30 into 2:35. Yeah, I mean, but don't hate me because the market literally going up for 15 minutes, going down for 10 minutes, going up for 5 minutes, going down for 5 minutes. It's not my fault. You know what I'm saying? It's not my fault. There's 77 cycles or 55 cycles in one day. All I could do from my perspective is deduct the best I can and take the cycle trades that I want and then be done. But like I said, I'm happy with where I'm at in my life. I hope you're happy with where you are in your life, and whether you're a Josh follower, a Josh lover or not, or whether you're here to just learn or whatever it is, I don't care. I hope you're doing great. You know what I mean? I hope you're printing because that's all that really matters at the end of the day. What is in your bank and how you are doing is what matters, to be honest. So just focus on yourself. Self-love all the times. Love, love, love. Positivity. 235. 235 is bounce trying, right? At 234. That's not my fault it's doing it, but it's trying. We're creating a tinier wedge. Okay, that is not a bounce. Fake bounce. Fake bounce. QQQ is bearish. Time is 2:35 though. There's only 1 hour until Robinhood trap time. 3:30. QQQ looks bearish. The volume is bullish. SPY is now following QQQ. The 5-minute volume is bearish. That's the thing. The 1-minute volume, yes, is bullish, but like it could be turned off any second by the 5-minute is the biggest thing. 5-minute is now barcoding down here, right? Barcoding, barcoding. QQQ. SPY is bouncing, but we're barcoding bouncing. The MACD is dying bearish still. Yeah, our group's called Reality Market for a reason, bro. I don't care if people hate me or not. Like, I just say the reality. At the end of the day, if people don't like reality, that's on them. I don't care. If people love reality, that's literally good for them. But in order for you to trade, you know, you gotta figure out where what starts, where what stops, where you think, you know, where you see things, so that you could start to begin to think for yourself. If that makes sense. 240. But yeah, I'm not trying to make fun of anyone. I'm not making fun of the guy at all. But I literally went to go watch and review of last Friday, and on the Lotto of last Friday, right before the drop, where we got it right here. Over there, he was like, "Oh, bullish, bullish, bullish." The candles are stacking consecutively at like 347 or some shit, and then he got dumped on, or they got dumped on. So, all I'm saying is, right, just because someone traded or told you they've been trading for 20 years or 15 years does not really mean that they're deducting 24/7. So I don't care if you've been trading for 5 days, 15 months, 15 years. You do good for yourself. You deduct for yourself. Okay. Time is 2:40. But it's not his or my fault. The candles move up and down, bro. But it is our fault to deduct. It is our fault to not guess and speculate. That is what I will say, and that is what I will own up to. So, like I said, we're okay. Everyone's fine, bro. I wish everything good for him too. I hope everyone that pays him, like I literally hope, you know, they do good too. But it's just a lot of the people in my group, bro, already paid him for months on end. And I mean, you tell me the testimonial, and you tell me your testimonial. And I mean, all I'm saying is that I haven't paid him anything, so I don't care. But all this shit, bro, I learned by myself. I'll tell you that right now. Some people who came here was like, "Oh, you should learn this from Josh," and it's just like, yeah, you think? You think, or I don't know, you think because yeah. Time is 2:40. 205 low holding still. So looked bearish, but still the lows of 205 is holding, meaning the people, or you know, the people that chase here extreme sell-off is getting hurt. We're bullishly chopping up on the 5 minutes still. And QQQ is holding the 205 low. So time is 2:40. It looks like they're going long, right? But all I'm saying is to where? Possibility, yeah, we do go long. Back here, I actually gap fill everything, but the risk is there for both long, both short. You just have to be logical and listen to your logical reasoning. That's a deduction off of logical facts that exist. Hunter said, "Do you think SPY will pump in the last minute?" I think we won't know until like 3:30, and then at 3:30 we'll know as we go into, you know, 3:40, 3:45, 3:50, and beyond. But yeah, the way we do Lotto is completely different from the way the Lotto is done over there. I'm pretty sure. So sometimes we come to the same conclusion, sometimes we don't. It's 240 bounce, 240 bounce into possibly 245, trying, possibly 245 trying, but it's 240, so it's deciding at 240 what to do. deciding at 240 what to do. This is 235 bounce into 240 looks like. Here said I'm trying to short Tesla 330 for scalp. Yeah, I'm interested in Tesla short too, but I'm just like waiting. You know what I mean? I'm just waiting patiently for that one day that it's in like a full-on bear momentum. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's coming this week. Like, you know, the end of this week, guys, is August 1st. Like, that's tariff days. Like, I don't know. 240. Strong candle. QQQ. Showing. SPY went higher. 240. But rejecting off a 240 trying to. So if this candle builds and sticks for 50 seconds, then it means we're going from 240 into 245. But for now, we're still in a bullish chop on SPY. We are bullishly chopping up for the last 35 minutes. So if the pattern sticks, 5, 10, 15, 25, 25, 30 minutes, we will see. Yeah, but I literally say the same thing. The red and the green candles when they come, right? But when they break certain levels, I make deductions. When they break certain levels, I make deductions to let people know so that I'm not sitting there, you know, baiting people or some weird shit. Time is 2:45. I'm bearishly chopping down on QQQ today. SPY bearishly chopping down today as well. Looks like heading lower into 245. 240 lower into 245. MACD says still long-term bearish looking. SPY 5 minutes says bullish trying. Bullish trying. QQQ looks weaker. Time is 2:45, so Robinhood time is coming up. Lotto time is coming up soon. 2:45 bounces trying on QQQ. SPY trying as well. Candles are so tiny though, you can't really call this bounce trying or not, you know what I mean, until they both go break 240 level or something. But then by that time it's too late, so 245 bounce trying. Time is 2:44. Now it's 2:45. $245, looking like it wants to go lower, but I'm not gonna say the word because yeah, the MACD is not doing anything, even though the candles look like they could not, right? QQQ is trying to squeeze in the last 10 seconds. Last 10 seconds making the candle green. SPY is going lower. QQQ is trying to go higher. They're both going lower now. Okay. Damn. I think I'm way too late. So, just watching. 245. 245. Small cycle. Cycling up and down. $245 is possibly bear trapping into 250. Well, it's tiny. It's tiny. MACD is bullish on QQQ. Now building. Time is 250. So now the bulls are winning possibly. Bulls are winning possibly. Bounced off the floor 1, 2, 3 times. So SPY has been continuously bouncing higher. Higher highs. Time is 250. Maybe the MACD coming back bullish. Building on SPY. There must be a lot of puts here. They're killing them into 330 looks like. This definitely only happened because of QQQ. 150 to 205 is dramatic. At 205, get everybody trapped. Or not everybody trapped. Get technical traders trapped that are trying to play the floor. And then burn him for 45 minutes. Time is 250. So since 205, there's 40 minutes left until SPY QQQ0DT options close on Robinhood. And then Robinhood will be closed and Lotto time will be here. MACD coming in bullish on QQQ. Every candle is building higher. SPY, same can be said. But a little bit weaker on the MACD side than QQQ. But the 5-minute coming in bullish, as it was earlier. So push up, and then push up from the floor to possibly maybe a little bit more. Okay, QQQ going. And SPY is going now. So maybe, yeah. I would call out best safe exit somewhere here, but yeah, do your own risk analysis, due diligence. It's Lotto time. Risk is there both sides. To leave or not to leave. It's 251. The MACD is coming in nice and bullish to be like, hey, let's go back to this trend line we were at. But SPY running like a rocket now, trying. There's still a lot of time left. It's only 250. If we go up right now, this is definitely not a last minute pump. I mean, maybe pump from now into last minute, and then we go to VWAP, and then we go, up into end of day. But last minute pump would be like 3 to like 4, like 3:30 to 4, I think. This is definitely a nice little pump though. The MACD is saying on the SPY more than QQQ. This, and this. We have SPY. Look, more bullish than it was earlier. Interestingly. But yeah, it could be played with. Bullish, bullish, and bullish. From 205 to 250 earlier, 1120 to 1220, 940 to 1040. So it's still bullish. All I can say for certain is no shorting for now. It's still going up. Maybe this is the destination, right? But like we were going up. So we're bullishly chopping up. MACD volume came in on the 5 minute like earlier. Now it's 255. You need some sort of like confirmation for anything. But SPY has been saying to confirm go higher. Right? Long was literally holding, go long, pulling back, holding, go long, because it's holding classically. QQQ, you could be set about 235. This holding, so you go long. This pulling back, holding, so you go long. But now that we are at the top, yeah, because looking at this is confusing. It's scary to hold. But looking at the 5 minute, you could kind of be like, okay, this is a pattern from earlier. Okay, this is a pattern from earlier using the MACD volume. Time is 2:55. Let's go analyze the cycle pivot points for Lotto coming up. So for Lotto, right, either we stay in between the two pivot points and close the day, or we will break the floor, set the floor somewhere at like 350, 355 or something, and then revert into 4, making 2 pivot points, right? We might not even do that. I'm just saying, like, for Lotto, we'll know the closer we get to Lotto, but if we stay in the 2 pivot points, then, more chances are not we could either stay in the 2 pivot points like this, or we could run back up, still staying in between the 2 pivot points from 1020 to 205. You know what I'm saying? Or we'll figure something out. But Lotto literally means there's many possibilities, but only certain periods, certain time slots left, and you basically make the best decision you can in that time, and the market does the same thing. Time is 2:55. 255. Bouncing at 255. A possible long. SPY MACD still says bullish. It says it's way more bullish than it's been earlier, but that's... Is that a good thing, or is that more scary for me? Like, why aren't they going easily? Time is 3. 255 bounce into 3. Minuscule, but happened because time is 257. Now that's what happens at 3. Trying to reject. I don't know. 220 is higher than 3 and is saying confirmed to go lower on QQQ. But SPY is saying 250 is higher than 3, confirmed to go lower into 3. Okay, I'm in one SPX put at $580. This could be the fake rejection. Jerry says, I think it bounces here, burning out of the money puts. Yeah, I also think that too, looking at the SPX put contract, but maybe I could see some sort of a lower a little bit and then bounce. But yeah, maybe it's already doing it. I was thinking maybe 690 real quick, but time is 3. Market is deciding what to do at 3. From 255, rejected. 255, rejected into 3. 3 is bouncing hard. QQQ is going higher and SPY is going lower. There's no move, so there's nothing getting... I'm gonna leave the risk. Just there. trying to get filled at like 620 real quick, but yeah, this is getting bad. Just fill me at 640, please. Thank God. Okay, I'm out. $640. Woo! Fucking scary, man. Crazy scary. That is scary. Now some sort of a bounce. Maybe some sort of a bounce. Now it's 3. Man. I was feeling some sort of a go down and then, but yeah, I also agree that they're about to burn everybody at some point. This shit's not going down easily, so. Off the trend line again. This is wild. Literally off the trend line, bounce back up, off the trend line again, right? So, today is a wild but beautiful day. Wild. Look at the wedge that we broke down in the morning, and then we broke down again, and then we played up, broke down, played up, retested, and then going back down to LOD trying. I'm not saying LOD coming, but yeah. Time is 3. Time is 3. There's no need to trade every single cycle or overtrade. Somebody said, let's make sure not to do that, but yeah, absolutely. Time is 3:05. 3:05. QQQ 5 minute says we were bullish, but now the bullish MACD is pulling back on this pullback. We were bullish, and the bullish MACD is pulling back on this pullback. We were 5 minute chopping up until 250, and then we just did that until 3:05. Is what the market is saying. So at 3:05, there's a bounce trying on QQQ, right? 3:05, the MACD is still bearish, but the candles are saying let's bounce. Trying to bounce, but it's failing every minute. It's so slow going south though. Some sort of a big ass bear trap coming, right? It's so slow going south. It's just taking its sweet ass time with this 5 minute candle. Literally took its sweet time, 5 minutes coming down. This candle closes in 20 seconds. Let's see what happens when this candle closes in 20 seconds. Man. 3:04. Time is. She just did it so sneakily. So sneakily. Since 2:10. So for 15 minutes and then off at 2:55. QQQ went higher into 2:55. And then since 2:55 into 3. Into 3:05. Sneaky. I joined here and then I left into this at 3:01. That was such a small push down, but still, like, people probably playing with big money here, so going lower a little bit more. Time is 3:05, but it's so slow that they're not getting paid out. 3:05, now they're getting paid out. 3 to 306. 3 to 306. Bearish at the minimum. Time is 305. Let's see what happens. Wow. What a candle. What a candle. If anyone's able to leave into that. Yeah, literally. If anyone's able to leave into that, congrats. But like, what the hell? That shit's such a fast spike down. Dude, the SPX put I was watching though literally went from $550 to like $800 in 5 minutes. That's wild. Literally destroy these calls. But like, yeah, that's crazy. Like, dude, this MACD, you know what I mean? This MACD at 255 would have said to me, like, it's going up too. Like, you get what I'm saying? But like at 250 to 255, they confirmed lower, right, on SPY, and then at 250 to 255, they went higher on SP on QQQ. But the only thing is, this trend line was saying like, that's fucking wild. Yeah, and now they're bouncing at 305. So crazy shit. It's 310 now. 310. Man, now we're near the floor again, but it's only 305. They did that way earlier than Lotto time for some reason. QQQ. Now if the low of the 306 candle breaks, we're literally no cycle dumping into 310 possibly, but let's see. Yeah, I'm not gonna draw SPY. Bounce trying off a 305 into 310. Let's see. Motivation 5 said, "Where's the top trading edge guy today?" And then someone named Josh said, "I'm not in the trade." That shit is comedy, bro. You guys are too funny. You guys are too funny, bro. 210 rejection trying. 210 rejection coming. 210 rejection is trying, but until the low of the 306 candle breaks, puts are not safe. .306 candle just broke on QQQ, and then it's bouncing, so maybe it's not a good short, but yeah, dangerous. Because either it drops or either it kills everybody here. That's gonna, come chase with end of time. So QQQ. SPY. is 3:10. Yep, no speculation trading, folks. Deduction trading, folks. Let's fucking get this shit every single day. Money printing machine. The stock market is. You just gotta be on the right side. Bouncing off this trend line. Interesting. Bouncing off this trend line. But to go long, little scary off of a little indication. But if it rejects, fails the rejection and bounces, then that's a good long because confirmation. Time is 3:15. Looks like that's the confirmation to go long, but literally so fast. What in the helly? Look at QQQ. I mean, I guess it's not even a big candle compared to like the big scope of things, but like, yeah, I had it zoomed in, so I had it zoomed in. It's low holding. I don't know what the low this is, but we didn't even move that much, bro. We just went from 637. Okay, 637 to 635. Move. Just went down a tiny bit. Tiny bit. Tiny bit. We made a little bit of a wedge. Selling off wedge, but we bought it back on the way down. Time is 3:15. MACD volume turning bullish. But this is a big knife. A kitchen knife. They want to stab into the back of my back. uh, maybe a big knife that breaks up at the last 30 minutes and then traps everybody. That would be crazy. But yeah. I mean, the possibility is there if the low holds and we just run. I mean, the possibility is there, but maybe that's like a crazy possibility. Damn, it's so bearish. Look at the 5 minute now. What the hell is going on? Big green and then a big ass red coming. Gotta watch QQQ 5 minute candle right now. The market is undecided. And what is that? QQQ wildin'. Man, maybe LOD's coming. That's crazy. QQQ is freaking wildin'. No way, right? I mean, the floor is literally 30 cents away. It's 315 and the 320 for now. Time is 3:20. So in 10 minutes, Robin Hood closing. A breakout or breakdown fake out at 3:20. So things changing instantly. They're closing the market red today. We're about to run up at the end and then make the market green. Time is 3:20. Nothing really going on. Bigger picture. Except up, down for 5 minutes. The MACD is bullish. Candles looking like that. SPY coming in bullish now. Since 3:20. Or since 3:15, sorry. It's moving fast. This was a fake out, breakout. Fake down, breakdown though. Wow. Guys, 150 people here. If you guys can all like the video and subscribe to the channel, thank you all very, very much. 315 push into 320, playing out in front of our eyes on QQQ. SPY since 305. Coming off from the floor. Coming off from the floor. Is that data burning? Calls or puts? Thanks, guys. They did work tonight. Whether it was on calls or puts, they did work. Wow, I'm at 320 something followers, guys. Thank you. My subscriber count went up by like 100, I think. Like some crazy number. Matter of fact, I think it went up by like 150, so some crazy number. So appreciate that all. Like, I don't even know. In one day, 130. So that is crazy. Alright, bearish push coming since 320, right? 320 bearish push coming into 335. 335. But they're literally switching every 5 minutes. That nothing's really conclusive yet. But this is Lotto time now. No, it's not. 325. Sorry. 325. Nothing's really conclusive yet. Except the 305 into 320. Except the 315 and the 320. Because the setup was saying bearish trap into 320. Setup was saying bearish trap into 320. We just don't know now. Now that we hit 320 and we pulled back through. Yeah, we pulled back from 320 to 325. SPY is at 636. QQQ 567.4. We got we got like 40 people spamming. I'm not in the trade. Nothing's running away. You guys are goofy, man. $325. Market makers are waiting to run to the north or south. 325. Let's do a poll. You guys want to type in chat? For Lotto, up or down? I'm going to do a poll in the group. Just so we could see market sentiment and what everyone in the world is thinking. Because remember, it's what we are saying basically times about 100,000 people. Yeah, better to let them go first and then join the momentum. RMK said down. Joseph said down. Yusha said Captain said down. Nader said up. Joseph said we'll close red anyway. And our group is saying 4 people down. 1 person said up. Time is 3:30. Possible setup to go long is there. We stay in the pivot point and run up, but the candles need to build. The MACD and volume is there for the candles to take, for the candles to wake up. Oh, why aren't you waking up? Okay, now it's Lotto time. It's 3:30. So in 1 minute this candle closes, and we have 5 checkpoints until 4 p.m. Where is POC? POC is way up there. Here we go. 3:30. Time is 3:30. They really barcoded here for 30 minutes. That's crazy, right? Since 3:05 to 3:30, like they did nothing. Or sorry, since 2:05 actually. Man. Just perfect data killing machine. It is showing us to go higher, right? If it's going lower, it's certainly saying we're about to go higher. If it is going lower, but trying lower. Showing lower. But it is just think we just be patient a little bit more. It's trying to run back up. QQQ is running back up. The 5 minute says I want to run up. But the 1 minute candle literally showing both. 1 minute candle was saying let's go up, and then it was saying let's go down. So, one side wrong. Who's wrong? Damn, I'm gonna go in puts right now. I couldn't get a fill. I didn't get a fill. I'm just waiting now. That shit is crazy fast. Oh my god, that is crazy fast, dude. That just went from $500 and something dollars to $700 instantly. What the fuck? Oh my god. It went down to like 495 and then it spiked up crazy fast. Like I think everybody was waiting. Man. Time is 3:35. I was trying to buy put too, but like I just didn't get a fill up top. This thing looking dangerous. I don't know if it's straight south now. It's looking dangerous. Like it's gonna data kill everybody at the close. Because the MACD is bullish and it's pulling back like that, and it's not dying completely. It was showing north, right? Candles are showing north, and then just drop it on them. Yeah, that's kind of evil. Literally, if the real direction is south, like literally just squeezing them until 3:30, and then in 1 minute, you get their money's worth right after 3:30. Why does it look not bullish, not bearish to me after that drop? QQQ. SPY 5 minute says not bullish, not bearish because of the MACD volume. Or is that just me? It's just 336. 335 bounces tried into 340. Looks like. Candle closes in 10 seconds. Here comes 340. It's 335 bounce into 340 looks like. Trying. MACD and volume bullish on QQQ. The MACD and volume bullish on SPY. In a weird way, it's about to turn into a call run. In a weird way. Nah, I'm kidding. It's looking crazy. It's looking crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Where is she going? Where is she going? Looks like calls. Do I do it as a question? Like everybody in the world do? Man. It looks like the call contracts could run up, honestly, a little bit. But consecutive candle coming north. 340. Damn, 340 consecutive candle coming north. QQQ red. Skull get some big names real quick, so we can see how we end the day. Meta. Oh my. Google. Okay. Nvidia. Okay, we're dumping. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, bro. Yo, what the we might. That is a crazy risk. The wind is continuously south today. Apple. Apple's going up. Yeah. Looking like a dump is coming, but I mean, we already dumped, so time is 3:40. There is 3:45, 3:50, 3:55 left. There is 3 checkpoints left. You guys will probably see 3:59 be used as 3:55 today, so we will see, and I'll explain how that works in the 1-minute candle. A big green candle coming after, looking like something was about to happen with the big names. It's chopping, killing everybody so far. Chopping, killing everyone so far. Well, maybe they're trying to run it. I don't know. Maybe they know something we don't. The MACD is bullish on the 5-minute for some reason, but if you go look around the big names, they look weird. They look bearish. And QQQ really did nothing today. Just so much chopping. then went down tiny bit. That's crazy. Oh. Time is 3:45. Wow, they're showing us north. They are showing us north, yet we're not running north. What does that mean? QQQ is trying to run north now? Or it's not? I don't know. What does that mean? It's delaying or it's about to run? Time is 3:43. 3:45. The 5 minute is running. The 5 minute is running. Man. Target? VWAP is way too high for target, I think. Possible. Time is 3:45. Man, that's a nice run. Okay. I just took 1K, 1 DT, QQQ puts. I'm gonna leave into close probably. Or $900. Like either it runs up or it pulls back off at 3:45. Either it runs up or it pulls back into, sorry, 350. It could run still. It could run still. I'm just saying QQQ looking a little weird right now. QQQ dragging right now. SPY is trying to run. SPY is trying to run to somewhere here. Time is 350. I mean, they're not going up that much. Like, this is actually crazy. If we were to run, and we just run, Easy and free. And 2, 355, 4, and then we close in between the 2 pivot points. We're still in between the 2 pivot points. Okay, the MACD is coming in bullish, not bearish. The MACD is coming in bullish, not bearish. Bullish on the 5 minute. Into 345. 350 still. Time is 350. SPY is still running. That 5 minute squeeze, nice. Time is 350. So we did run from 350, 335, 340, barely any pullback, 345, and then 350 ran to. There's 3:55 and 4 p.m. left. This is a floor hope trap. Okay, it's actually looking like it's gonna run more and more into close. All these people are trapped on QQQ, so wow, there they're going. Here they are. Time is 3:50. QQQ is following now too. 3:50 time is. Wow, they took their sweet ass time. Literally. Until the last 15 minutes they were hovering near the floor. Now bringing it to the midpoint. Big candle coming on SPY. Big candle coming on QQQ. Big ass candle coming on QQQ. MACD super helpful in the last 5 minutes. Nuke. 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 How much the calls go up on that? Stop at 760 to 900 almost. In 5 minutes. Damn. Time is 3:51. So the Lotto was north from 335 into 350. Now trapping people at the top. The MACD is still bullish. So maybe we close with all these people trapped. Maybe we do close with all these people trapped. We ran at 335. QQQ coming bullish. SPY really about to go to green before close? Let's see. 70 cents away. That's crazy. We might run. Man. Man, what a crazy move. Trapping everybody on the bottom on QQQ. And flying up. 355 time is. Wow, 355. I actually didn't think we were going to see it though. It's crazy. Yeah, the MACD classically helping. Push up. Push up, push up, push up, push up. Damn. Push up, push up, push up, push up. What the f... Wow. $0.50 away from being green. Time is 3:54. What the f... Okay, right below VWAP. 355. 355. Let's go look at the intraday chart. We're basically at the midpoint. Okay. QQQ. We're at the midpoint almost. We are at the midpoint. It's still super bullish on QQQ and SPY. Crazy buyback at the close. What the f... Wow. Wow. This SPX call was at $2,600. They drained it to $600, $500, and it's at 1.3K. That is crazy stuff, man. Parabolic move. Parabolic move. Wow. This is 355. This is 355. VWAP. Guess. Wow. Can't believe they bought that whole shit back. What the Okay, 3:55. Reversion into 4 p.m. Looking like, or we actually ran into 4 some. Time is 3:59. Wow. Man, look at that boom. 4 p.m. What a day. Holy shit. What a day. My god. It's a 4 p.m. run into 4. SPX. Wow. Oh, that is a crazy push from 3:45 into 4. Unbelievable. Well, hope everybody had a beautiful day. I kind of started doing bad towards the end, but still positive for the day. That is a crazy run. Easy long looking at the 5 minute, but I was like, it's a little bit bearish. Looking at QQQ, but nah, this shit's just fake. Took a sweet ass time and ran up all the way to that midpoint. Previously 4 p.m. close. Wild. But the market does what the market does. It cycles like crazy and allows you to print both up, both down. She's not coming back, is she? So Robinhood stopped me 30 minutes before close. Would have been up 330%. Oh. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, everyone.